if I can remember this one. Mother Kaliki Liquor.
It's Mele Kaliki Maka and a Haole Makahiki Ho.
Right. Say whatever I want. And
So you're just talking shit, right? You don't actually think that, or you do actually think that?
What's that?
Talking shit about those guys, those other guys.
I'm not a fan.
Really? Man, I think the fact that they have, you know,
they got to follow. Don't get me wrong. I give people credit for getting established and doing what they're doing. That's not what I'm have a problem with. I mean, obviously, they're doing something that people like. It's just not my thing.
No, what the fuck, dude? Fucking people like Miley Cyrus too. Who gives a? They're fucking idiots.
Well, I mean, unfortunately,
because you're popular doesn't make you right.
I agree with you on that, but I'm more of the shit talks, money talk, shit walks kind of situation. I do have my values, and but
you want me to buy, dude? There's a fucking Maserati dealer and a Ferrari dealer right down the street. You want me to go buy one just to prove that I can fucking buy one? I mean,
yes. I don't want you to let me
fuck. I mean, don't like shit.
I hear you. I don't know if I was talking about the We Like Shooting, not the Tack Daddy.
I like Sean. Sean has always respected us, and he's always given us props, and that's all I've ever asked from this site. All right? So we go to some effort to post chats here, and all I've ever asked is that they return the favor. I don't have some demands or nothing like that, and Sean has always done that, and I will always support him. But other people that haven't, I don't have time.
Oh, I hear you.
And I agree. Effort on them. That's all there is to it.
Oh, well, anyway. No, it's just like I said, that dude, he has a good following and people like his stuff, and so.
Who gives a fuck? That's my whole point, dude.
I'm not talking about Tech, I'm talking about Sean. But anyway. Yeah, Sean. But no, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I respect people's success. That's about it. I don't care for.
I don't.
Not my cup.
I got news for you. I don't respect people's shit. I'm not a hater. There's a difference.
That's true. No, that's totally valid because exactly. Why are you trying to? Why would you live vicariously through somebody else when it's your success that matters to you, right?
There's a difference between a hater and a hater is someone who's jealous of someone who got where they is, like someone who was born on third and think they hit a triple. Right, like that's a hater.
Right, I gotcha.
I'm not that dude. Like I'll, whatever successes you got to get where you're at, I'm all for that. But trying to act like you're more than you are or bigger than you are, I don't have a fucking room for that shit. I just don't. So
the biggest D-lister in this room, all right?
No, that's me, man. I'm not even on the D list. What are you talking about?
Nah, I hear you. No, I mean, but that's just the way it is. It's like even I was talking to Murphy, and he was like brought up thinking about doing something that's not off gun topic, but has to do with guns, but not so much just guns in general, because it's been beat to death. Sometimes, I'm just trying to come up with something to talk about guns. So we're gonna try to, bring up something maybe not too political, but just getting into what people think about this and that, and have an open conversation about it. It will be a topic, yeah, but it's going to be something a little different.
Well, good. It's always good to have new.
I don't know. I got news for you guys. I was around the gun community and YouTube long before these motherfuckers were ever even a name. So they don't mean shit to me as far as this shit goes. And just because they're willing to make the effort to go bug people and show up on their channels doesn't mean they're shit as far as I'm concerned. They're still nobody. I don't give a fuck. They just have more free time than a lot of people. This ain't nothing. I mean, they don't make nobody nothing for the most part as far as I'm concerned. I make more of these motherfuckers to do in a week. So, I mean, if you wanted to, there's a lot of people that could, if you wanted to monetize things, and if that's the way you want to look at things, like all they're quote-unquote successful, so is Miley Cyrus and Justin Bieber. Do they make good music? No.
Hell no.
Okay, well, if you want to judge things by success level, my guess, but I don't.
I was just saying that I thought We Like Shooting had decent chats.
No, I'm not talking about We Like Shooting. That's all I was saying. Okay. I like Sean. I like all those guys. I have nothing bad to say about them. So let's be clear.
Okay, cool. I think I know who you're talking about then.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Me, what I was saying about like shooting, it's I've listened to it. I just can't follow it. It's not like
Yeah, I get that too. It's an inside thing.
it's
A lot of podcasts are. You got to remember, it ain't designed for the YouTube side for the most part. They have like 1/10 of the YouTube viewership than they do on their podcast listeners.
I was
Right.
noticing that.
Yeah, so it's not designed, and I get that. I listen to a lot of podcasts that if you tried to listen to and get in the middle of, you wouldn't really get all the backstories and back jokes and stuff either. Like Howard Stern's the same way, right?
I mean, like Todd Grisham or Tom Grisham, his
Or Todd, either one.
Talk.
They're brothers.
Well, I mean, I can listen to his show. It's I don't know, his show works for me. I haven't caught it in a while because it's always like being dropped or put on some other fucking station or they change the time slots for him. But Tom Grisham, Gun Talk, I dig his shit. It's I can listen to his show and just sit there.
He's 80 years old, so I can understand why you could listen to him. That's fine.
All right.
Him and Hickok, who
Whippersnapper.
don't give a shit about no one else but themselves. Realistically speaking, got news for you.
Nah, man, I'm not saying he's gonna bake me a cake, but I don't know the format that he does. It works for me, I guess. It's just like talk. I listen to a lot of talk radio. I used to back when I was heavy in politics. But I don't really listen too much anymore. I stay away from it.
I guess I like if it's a subject that I'm truly interested in, I can definitely handle maybe let's call it a bland podcast. But if it's something that's light and entertaining, I can handle that too sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Most of them, it seems like I just listen at while I'm at work or whatever. For the most part, so I can just keep doing what I'm doing. But I didn't even think. And that's the other thing. I grew up around guns and stuff like that. But as far as firearms ownership, I'm still relatively new. I'm only a few years in. So to me, anytime that I can listen to somebody with more, or people, not just somebody, people with more knowledge or experience with whether it's firearms training, equipment, all of those things, I just try and soak it up like a sponge and maybe squeeze out of it the jewels, so to speak, the good stuff.
Well, be careful because there's like a dude that has 2 more years experience than you, and he talks like an expert. And then there's a dude that has 10 more years experience than that dude, and no one listens to him. That's my whole thing about this. Like, there's some old salts at this, and like they don't seek attention, so people don't think that they're relevant, right? And then there's some new motherfuckers at this who all they do is seek attention, and everyone thinks they know everything that they're talking about.
Oh, I definitely got you there, and that's the part of the squeeze part that I'm talking about is filtering out some of the superfluous stuff for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the hard part for new gun owners. I'm not going to dispute that that's a hard part if you don't know any different. I can name people that know way more that aren't even on YouTube anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they're not even, they're over it. They're totally over it, and you're not even going to hear from them anymore. Like, what's that Balls dude? What's that fucking something Balls channel? Dude, he was doing reviews, like great reviews back in the day. He don't even make videos anymore, and I guarantee his reviews are better than half the fucking reviews that are out today. Half the reason is because he's not sponsored by anybody. He was kicked in the balls. That's who it was.
Okay, I think I know who that is.
Dude, he put out great reviews of stuff, and it was back whenever no one was sponsored about nothing.
Right.
Now, you're only going to get these fucking filtered reviews of, oh, so-and-so sponsored me, buy this gun. I know it's only been out for a month, but it's the greatest thing ever. Like,
A la the R51 kind of stuff?
you got to weed through that. The fucking Canon shit. The Canon, right? It's been out for a month. No one else has one. You should buy this gun. It's the best gun ever kind of shit. Like, you got to know better, but if you're just getting into this, like, you're like, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I'm going to folloll him.
I will tell you, Hickok, I know a lot of people aren't a fan of this because of his reputation of not being so friendly to other channels, so to speak, and other stuff. They have their own personal grievances with him. But when he does reviews, I've seen him talk shit about most some of the guns he's had problems with. I think the only one I saw was that shotgun, that real expensive shotgun, that Turkish shotgun that was like
The
almost like
Utahs,
yeah, that it was
15
like
or whatever it
it kept
was.
like it kept like
Plastic
fucking
piece of shit.
it kept on fucking up on him when he was shooting it, and he was kind of playing it down like, oh well, these things happen. That's I think that's the only review I saw where he did where he wasn't really, I thought, being honest about it. Like, yeah, it's things that you really want to throw it on the ground and just fucking leave it there.
Well, see, and that's the thing. I don't watch Hickok video for uh, facts so much. I guess.
Education.
Yeah, I just simply watch it to, I guess, watch a gun shoot. I mean, as simple as that sounds. And I notice that these days I watch less and less of his videos when I see him come through my feed.
I agree with you because his formats got old. He needs to change it up a little bit. Initially, when I saw it, I was kind of like, not envious of, not jealous, but envious of his setup. Having that badass fucking range, at your disposal at any given time. The amount of guns he had, just again, like wow, it's really cool. But it just then it's like, okay, I got a new gun. Okay, you're gonna shoot the gun. You're gonna shoot the turkey. You're gonna shoot the hog, or the plates that he has and whatnot. You're gonna shoot the sodas. You already kind of have it figured out, so you don't need to see it, realistically. Other than maybe you're gonna buy that gun, that particular gun. Maybe you'll watch the whole video. So I, still watch them anymore. I don't really watch his videos in length anymore.
Well, here's the, at least in my opinion, like here's the opportunity for new channels, right? So I just went and looked at Kicking the Balls. I haven't seen him forever. His last video is like 5 fucking years ago. Like a lot of this shit, this is what I'm saying, like a lot of this stuff has been covered 5 years ago or more by people who weren't sponsored. Okay? So what's going to happen is these guys, these popular guys, right, they're going to get sponsored, and that's fine. I don't have anything against that. But there's going to become a group of people who want to look for the truth, people who aren't the company man, right? And that means that there's a group here, there's a section for people to come up who have no ties to anybody and who can make objective reviews.
And that's the real deal right there.
So it's going to happen again. They're going to go through a renaissance. I got news for you. These guys that are just now getting sponsored and making some money and stuff, eventually the guys who want unfiltered reviews, if there's people there out there making them, they're going to gravitate back towards them. There's always going to be a group that goes towards the big guys, right? Whatever. That's
right.
fine.
That
But,
might be where you start,
Right, but there's going to be a backlash eventually, and people are going to want to look for reviews that aren't sponsored by Century. And I don't have anything against Century, but no one went to that Century meet and is going to say that they had a failure. So what the fuck good is that? That makes a bunch of commercials for Century, and that's cool, whatever. But if someone's out there looking for the real deal on Century, then they're going to look for someone who bought a Century on their own and gives you the real shit. So
right.
Anyone out there that's looking to do whatever, don't look to like, oh, I want to be sponsored by these people and I'm going to travel all over the fucking country and suck whoever off in order to be sponsored. Like, be your own dude and don't be afraid to say, oh, I had a problem with this high point or whatever, because it's going to come back. I'm telling you it is.
It's good to know. So, but
Well, and I would have to say, oh no, go for it.
No, I mean I feel you on that, and I agree. I mean, when you are, you're being sponsored, you have somebody's giving you ammunition or as a sponsor. I mean, realistically, how that's like getting paid because ammo is money, right? So how are you gonna talk shit about their product, if you don't like it, and yet that's the only free ammunition you got coming in, and so on. I can understand that, for sure, because I mean you're not gonna go against it because what are they gonna do? Oh, we'll make it better next time. No, they're gonna cut you off.
Well, do you have heart? Are you willing to get the free ammo? If it works great, you say it works great. If it works shit, you say it works shit, and you deal with the consequences of your actions. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you want free ammo, but at the same time, if it light primer strikes or this double charge, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't you as a person want to take more responsibility for it? And if it's a safety issue, or if hey, you know what, it's just shit ammo. Like, out of my box of 20, I had 5 that just were total fucking pieces of shit or something.
Well,
Yeah, you're gonna eat it on the on the free ammo. Yeah, you're right. They are probably gonna cut you off. But wouldn't you feel better?
I mean, I can
Uh,
tell you from experience. A review I did for Four City Tactical, and it sent me a holster from my SIG SB 2022, and it was a positive review, but I did lift some issues, some minute issues. I said, this is the price point, this is what you get, and there's little things that aren't as refined as some other holsters I've had the pleasure of owning, and out of pocket, and some that I've tested, and, I didn't get any feedback from 4C Tactical after that. They're like, well, talk shit, and I'm
well,
like,
cause Well, think
I
about this.
actually.
Whatever they spend on their marketing programs, any of these companies, right? Whatever the thousands upon thousands of dollars that they spend every year on their marketing, when they feel like, if they could get a YouTube guy in their pocket, well, what they're spending by way of comparison is nothing. It's nothing to them. You know what I'm saying? So they're just thinking, well, I got 6 guys lined up right here, man. Fuck that guy. Fuck Edge. You know what I'm saying? Basically.
I do the fucking thing.
I hear
But
you, Edge, but you know what I'm
but
saying,
no,
right?
I feel you. But I mean, I've also had the pleasure of reviewing some products that were outstanding, and it wasn't just like, oh, that would be nice of them again. No, I just really means, wow, this shit's fucking awesome. Unfortunately, one of those companies, he had to, reevaluate his business situation, and he decided to go ahead and close shop. The other one, I'm still a big fan of the products as far as holsters.
I mean, and maybe you're the channel that never does a bad review. Like, I get that, but what benefit are you fucking doing for people? Whenever you're not willing to tell them, oh, I had a problem with this, I had a problem, you know what I mean? And that's cool. Like, I get it. You want to keep people happy, but eventually people are going to see through the bullshit. They're going to look for people who are giving honest reviews about things, just like Consumer Reports, right?
Yes, that's an excellent example.
So it's going to happen. Like, I look for the bad things. I want to know about those things, right? It's going to come back around. Right now, people are just happy to see new product and stuff, right? But it will come back. So if there's anyone out there who wants to start doing something, independent reviews, as small as they can be, just fund them yourself. And don't be afraid to be honest about things, and I'm telling you, it'll all come back.
I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, that's how I got into holster reviews in general. Is I bought a bunch, not a bunch compared to some folks, but 5, 9, 10 holsters on my own. And there's someone that I tested they're okay, and I bought them to review them. Do I like it? Do I don't like it? I never I had an independent, I guess, I just didn't care what because I had no contact with them to whatever. I did a review, and that's the way the review went. And some went well, or some were reviewed well, or at least by YouTubers. About that.
And see, my kind of thing is this: like, I own very few firearms. I only own 3 so far, right? And to me, it's important to kind of get value for what I'm spending my money on. I'm not saying I work hard, so to speak. I work a lot, but like the 3 firearms that I do have, it's like I spend a lot of time trying to research, you know, yes, gun magazines where yes, they're going to give all the positives and stuff like that, but YouTube and the internet and all those kind of different things. And it took me a while before I purchased my first one. And then, I did a bunch of more research on the next one. I thought next area I thought I wanted to go into. And, it was 6, 8 months before I ended up purchasing one of those. And, and the same thing, like, that's how I ended up with the 30S. It's like, it was after like 10 months of looking at stuff going, I want to get a pistol. What do I want to get? What do I need it to have? You know, all of these things. So I'm with you. It's like I like the initial commercial, so to speak, YouTube video, but I also want the truth. You know what I'm saying? In the rest of the videos that I'm going to look at, I'm not just going to look at one and go, oh well, he blew sunshine up my ass, and this thing is the best thing since sliced bread. No, I want to I'm kind of with you, Ralph. Is I want to hear some of the bad.
Well, well, I mean, what's funny is I remember when I started watching YouTube a lot, when I was researching and buying my first iPhone and some other stuff, and then I was like, cool, and I was asking my buddy about because he had a smartphone before me. Like, hey, go to YouTube, man. There's all these reviews you can check out. And I go, really? I go, when I started checking everything out before I was in the guns, like, all these reviews you can find on people just buying cases like for cell phones and that are that are more than $10 or $15. So you want to get a real opinion on what to buy instead of wasting money. And I went to YouTube and I was like, that is so cool. You can just find these reviews on all these products from these people. And that's what really kind of got me started. Like, this is really, really cool. I mean, anything I want to buy, I can get hopefully at least 3 or 4 opinions, of people that have owned them and spent their money and see what they thought. And that's what kind of got me hooked into it. It was way before I even thought about, in 2012 is when I kind of started really putting an effort in this channel, getting things rolling. Even though I had this account since 2006, and just down the road after owning X amount of holsters and some products I bought, I was like, well, kind of running out of guns. So let's do some reviews of some of the gear I bought, and I'd like to be able to hopefully pass, people, checking it out and getting, I've heard some people tell me, yeah, I bought this product, and some people told me, yeah, good, great product, awesome. And I've heard one guy, he bought a product that I thought was great. He didn't like it. He had a problem with the vendor. And I was like, well, hopefully, you can work it out with him. And it's just the way that goes sometimes, unfortunately. And I still stand by that product because I think it's awesome.
Well, see, and that's the thing. I started just Google something. You know what I'm saying? And then that was before I even really got into watching YouTube and stuff like that because okay, there's a forum post, there's a magazine article. Oh shit! Click over to videos. There's fucking 10 videos on this shit. There's 20 videos. There's 100 videos. There was less. It seems like there was less before, and there's definitely more now. And I don't know. Like somebody said in a comment, when you're starting out, yes, you will end up watching a nut and fancy video at some point when you're just starting to get into it, so to speak.
What's a good flip rear sight for a backup?
Troy?
You want?
I want one that's small and compact.
Fucking Motec. Just
Motec?
listen to me now. Go on eBay and buy a used Motec.
Motec?
Yes. I'll link it.
Is it polymer or metal?
It's fucking metal. It's U.S. issue. It's U.S.
All right.
CI issue.
Oh, that looks pretty small.
Curse me, goddammit. So I took the plunge, boys.
You're finally gonna
You
what?
came out of the closet?
Well, I don't need to come out. You do for rim jobs. But on your thank you. I have the mic set just fine. It should be just fine as usual. I don't know. I'm usually same setup. Anyway. No, I got okay, well, get into another topic. Phones. I bought a Note 4. Ordered it, hopefully have it in 2 days. Samsung Galaxy Note 4. And that second Note that I bought. You guys got the big phones? Tablet to go?
Not me.
You still got that flip phone?
No, what do I got? I got some
Yes, I rock a Nokia brick.
Samsung.
Ed, you're too soft. Move your mouth closer to the mic, unfortunately. I don't really care about hearing you, but other people do.
I know some are important guys, but
Or get the cock out of your mouth. Either way.
hey, my business, all right? My business.
Oh, dude, that is a fucking sweet site, dude.
It's U.S. issue, and you get them.
I'll yell at the mic here, right, guys? How you get?
Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah.
Now you get the cock out of your mouth, right? The shit out of your mouth, son.
Ed, you're like mumbling.
Must be my connection.
And it's not really any more than any of the other premium backup sites either,
Yeah, like
actually.
the brand new one's like only $93 that I'm looking at.
I'm on Brownells right now, and I'm seeing one for 104 or whatever, but
That was Amazon.
that's
better?
freaking. Yeah.
Now you can hear me.
I need one for like, because I'm gonna put my scope. I'm gonna put a quick attach on it, so I'm gonna try and use a backup. You know, leave a backup under it. So.
Alright.
Ooh, that looks pretty nice.
I try to remember the days when I had a shitty fucking cell phone. Back when I used to work for a company, I'd always update mine, get a badass discount. But I was in that business. It sucked. I remember those fucking like early 2005 when I had a shitty fucking phone before the smartphones really popped off, and well, iPhone came out 2007. You're saying, Kisan, you got a what? You got a Nokia?
Yeah.
You got that big ass one with the Windows app, Windows.
Fucking Nokia. What is this? 99?
I'm a Nokia.
Nokia. They still make phones?
Yeah.
I don't have any apps. I only have I only play Snake on it. That's when I'm like at the bus stop.
Hey, Kisan, check out this link on the side. It's similar to the one you posted, but it also has what do you call it? Like the range yardage on the side.
I like the one that doesn't have the yard. You know, if I was to like zero at 300 yards, just leave it that way. Because I like how compact it is, how small it is. You know.
Yeah, that other one that you posted is pretty small.
But that's pretty cool. I like the damage of the fence, but those ones are all fixed.
Yeah, I saw that Nokia phone when I stopped by the AT&T store, and it has a slick screen. I just don't care for the Windows OS on a phone. It doesn't really work for me. Took me a while to transition from the iOS to Android. Took about a month before I was really comfortable with it.
Hey, Ralph, in your opinion, is that yardage going to hang up on stuff? The yardage on the left-hand side of that site, you think that would hang up on shit? Wait.
I was just breaking up on my side. What did you say? The yardage on what? Hang up?
On that site, the ModTech site.
The yardage adjustment.
Yardage adjustment? No.
You don't think?
Nope.
Okay.
Never had any problem with it. It's U.S. issue, by the way.
And it doesn't look like it's any wider than your charging handle, so to speak.
It's on my... No, it's barely the width of the rail. I have pictures. I think I have pictures on my Instagrams of a rifle with that on it. Now, you probably can't see it that well, but just buy it used off eBay. I wouldn't pay $100 for it. I certainly paid $35 for it off eBay all day.
Yeah.
Really? All right.
Yeah, it's like $35-$40. You can get one all steel rear sight. Like, I'm looking at one right now. The bid's at $25.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the one at the top. Yeah.
Yeah. They're easy to. I mean, they're easy to find for that price.
Well, and I even thought at like $104. Yeah, I don't want to go with expensive, but it's cheaper than like your Diamond Head and some of the other ones that I saw. I mean,
There's a buy
but
it now for 60 on here.
Yeah, just buy it now for 60, 45 minute opening bid.
Right. There's a buy it now for 60. I mean, if we're going to spend more than that, I'd probably get like the Pro Magpul M bus, but
I don't like that tower look where it's like it's like a triangle, I guess.
well, you don't want a lot of material.
Yeah.
You want to be able to look past it. You want your peripheral vision to be better than your sighted vision because you want to be able to see movement outside of your sights and focus when you need to focus. The normal M bus has a lot of material outside of the sight, so if you have them deployed, it's harder to see movement around the sight. So the thinner the sight is, like your Knights, you guys ever price like Knights armament sights?
Yeah.
Stupid money, right? But they're super thin, and that's because you want to be able to see your target and if it moves or anything else around it. So that's why I like these Mawtech or whatever sights. So, but I wouldn't pay more than $50 for a rear, that's for sure. Definitely like 35, 50 is probably the max. Above that, you might as well buy new, and I'd still try to buy thin. So the Magpul Pros are thinner than the Troy rears, so right. So yeah, they may not be the best, but I think they're better than some of the other ones.
Have you guys heard about the Blitzkrieg front chevron?
I have one.
Do you have one? Do you like it?
It's all right.
I'm thinking about buying it and putting it on my pistol. Talking about these ones right here. They just replaced the front sight post, so they have like a white chevron.
Your AR pistol? Or?
Yeah, my AR pistol.
Yeah, I'm gonna move mine over to my pistol because I'm not gonna run a red dot on it.
Yeah, same here. Mine straight irons for my AR pistol.
No, I think I wish they were cheaper. I wish someone would come out with a cheaper alternative. But
What the Blitzkrieg?
yep.
Yeah, aren't they like 35?
I thought I paid more for it, but I could be wrong.
I think they were 35, maybe 35, 40.
Yeah, for a front sight, I'd just as soon go tritium.
Yeah.
For that price. Which I have too, you know.
I think the front point should have like a little tritium bead in it. Pretty cool.
I punked out, and I think I ended up getting the high-vis front sight post that you take the old one out and you screw that one in, and it's got the little fiber optic tube or whatever.
Yeah, it kind of slopes downwards.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the best or anything like that. It was just something that read an article about it, thought it looked interesting. It wasn't too much. I was just like, well, I'll try it out. I don't think that it'll be the last.
So, Islander, what accessories do you have on your rifle, your AR-15, right now?
What do I got? The AFG, MOE grip, the JP silent capture spring, the high-vis sight, and then I just got the Damage Industries muzzle brake and what I don't remember what it was called. It's like it's like the projector, but it's like a blast shield that goes over it. That's all I got on it so far.
Do you have a sling for it?
Not currently.
You gotta get a sling.
whoever is his Secret Santa, loosen out. He needs to
Oh
sling.
yeah, I worried about that. I'm looking to get like an SOE sling or something like that for it.
Yeah, you want to go SOE bungee or just the regular?
Fuck a bungee. I don't want a
I,
bungee.
was, I kind of wanted the 2-to-1, but because I have the
2 points. Like,
Magpul.
you want
Yeah,
to 2 points.
because then I wouldn't have to change anything. I do have the back plate to put the 1 point, but I haven't put it on the rifle as of yet.
Fuck a single point. Single points are stupid.
Well, I mean, I still think of the 2 point because back with like almost like I don't originally I thought I was going to get a chain sling for it because the way I used to hunt with a hunting rifle, how you kind of wrap that sling kind of around your elbow almost. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you want a VTAC or like a Vickers. The Vickers
Okay.
or the Blue Force gear. Any of the Blue Force gear slings are good. The VTAC slings are good. Those are number one.
I have the VTAC padded one.
Yeah, I have a few Magpul that are okay. The 2 point slings are where it's at. So here's where the test is. Like if you kneel down with a single point sling, your muzzle is going in the dirt, and you're gonna have to deal with fucking swinging your rifle off to the side. So if you gotta put cuffs on somebody or restrain somebody or whatever, then or if you gotta run, then that single point's hitting you in the dick while you run. It's fucking no
Right.
good. I don't understand. The only thing single point's good for is transitions for left to right. So the 2 point, whenever you kneel down, it naturally swings off out of the way and it doesn't put the muzzle in the dirt. And whenever you run, you can secure it if you flip it up. If you learn this move where you just kind of flip the rifle almost like over the sling, then it stays nice and secure. It's way better. So at least buy a convertible. That's all I'm saying. Like just
Well,
don't buy
that's
one that's only for single point.
no, that was exactly the plan the conclusion that I was starting to come to was basically either a 2-to-1 or just a 2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. Trust me.
Well, because like when I started with firearms and stuff like that, there was no single point sling or anything like that. So it wasn't even anything that was like in my realm of influence or anything. As far as what I want to get for it, I'd like to get. I've been asking about a new handrail. I'd definitely like to get something different that extends past the gas block because I still have the A2 front post. I don't really want to take it off. I don't even really want to fuck with it.
What do you got, a carbine length gas system?
Yep. It's got the M&P Sport. That's what I got.
Oh, I mean, here's the thing. You add a bunch of weight, for that little bit of thing. But if you're willing to put up with it, I think Daniel and Midwest probably make decent solutions. But everyone's M-lock, nowadays. So you can cut that front sight post down, and then you can put a nice, M-lock, like ALG defense for like $110 or something right over it. You probably have a better setup that's way more lightweight than something else you're going to do.
Well, that Strike Force or the Strike Industries one that I was looking at, Megafin something blah blah blah. That was a M-lock version as well, but and that was the whole thing. I've been putting it off because originally I didn't really want a quad rail because of the weight and everything like that. And I probably should have got a mid-length or a full-length rifle anyway. I'm 6'3", trying to put my hand out there with that little carbine handguard. It's like it's just short. It's like my arm wants to go past it naturally, But I like the rifle. I mean, I know that I could probably build one for the same price that I probably paid, but since that was my first firearms purchase as a full-grown adult or whatever, it seemed like it was a good value, so to speak. I mean, I understand that it doesn't have the forward assist, and I understand that it doesn't have a dust cover. I got that. It also doesn't have what do you call it? The where the trigger guard It's actually machined in or whatever, so it's like you'd probably break my finger if you were disarming me, so to speak, I guess.
Like a 90-year-old woman that disarms you? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
she better be 90 years old and about 60 pounds, because then that's about all it would take,
90,
right?
yeah, 90 pounds, 90 years old. That's how it is.
Yeah.
It'll fuck you up. No, I mean, that's cool. Everyone, you don't know what you need until you actually get out and use it, right?
Right.
My recommendation, though, is, you might be better served. You can cut down that, if you really want to, you can cut down that front sight post and put a full-length rail on that thing without a lot of effort. So don't feel limited, because you have that.
Right. No, and I've definitely watched some videos where they're taking the wheel and they're cutting it off and everything like that. I think the first one I saw that was even a G-Webs video where they were doing that. So I definitely know that it can be done. I just wasn't sure if it's something that I wanted to do. But yes, I'd get a longer sight radius and everything like that for sure.
That's cool.
Like other than that, I got like a 20 rounder and some 30 rounders. I don't really have much. And my optics on it are pretty much for shit. It's a sight mark zombie green freaking like holographic sight or whatever. It's definitely not battle ready, but it's range ready if you know what I mean. I guess
Word.
for a bench rest, it's fine. But if I had to throw it on the ground or something, I don't know how much I would be counting on it.
Trusting it.
I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I'm just saying, if it was the shit going on, I don't.
Well, the
I'd
problem, though, is that you don't know. If you have good gear, you know that you could throw it off the back of a truck and it would work. That's the difference.
Well, that's why I'm saving up, but I'm probably gonna end up getting an aim point for it.
And I'm not giving you shit about it. Don't think that.
No, no. I mean, this was part of the plan because I bought it because it was like 100 and something bucks at the time, and I'm like, oh, and it was the whole zombie tactical thing. It was a couple years ago. I'm like, oh, it's in my price range. I'll just check it out. But as time has gone by and I've seen more reviews and more testimonials and stuff like that, it's pretty much when it was coming down to, well, I'm either going to want kind of a Trigicon, an EOTech, or an Aimpoint. And I'm not saying G-Webs has sold me on it, but just when he talks about facts about the Aimpoint, and I think DB's another one that really, and probably Moon too, they've all had some pretty good information on them. It's just you got to shit the money for it. But I don't think that it's a bad thing. I don't think that it's overpriced or anything like that. I think it's good value for what you get.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think they're good money.
Oh
It's
shit.
like it's a good investment, and if you don't like it, you're gonna sell it and get
Yeah.
most of your money back. Probably, I would say 80% of your money back.
See, and that's good. That's awesome on the resale.
That's fine.
Well, like Harleys, man. You're always going to get basically your money back out of them. And you can get a good used ML2 on eBay for under $400. So
They were selling them for like an aim point for like only like $350 in Black Friday. But they had the
Yeah, I
coupon.
bought my Aimpoint Pro. I paid like $350,
Nice.
but it came with a mount. So that because when I was pricing it out, I probably could have got the fucking same deal from Botash for like a H1T1, but I still would have needed to buy like a fucking $150 mount.
Right.
So I guess even like the fixed mount, like Daniel Defense or whatever the fuck, it was still like expensive. This thing at least came with a cool mount. It was good enough for me. So for $350, really.
I mean, I
paying,
was looking at one of those vortexes as well, and the one in particular I was looking at, it was like $175, came with a mount. But then I kind of sat back and thought about it for a second. I'm like, you're doing the same thing. It's kind of within your price range and budget for right now. Whereas if you just held off a little longer, you can get truly the exact thing that you want. You know what
Buy
I mean?
once, cry once.
Yeah,
If you want
those are.
something cheap, like I think if you want something just to hold you over that you can sell later also, is if that primary arms microdot comes with American Defense, the ADM quick detach. It's like 180 for the whole package, and then you just sell the primary arms microdot later on for like you're going to lose some money, but not a lot. And then whenever you do save up for an H1 or whatever, you'll go right on that same mount, and that mount is like high quality stuff. So, or you can just buy the microdot by itself. It's like $80, and I really like mine. I like I've had one other one that I sold, but they're pretty fucking awesome. And I had a Vortex Spark, and I had two of them. Okay, so I don't recommend them just because like the first time they helped me out with customer service, they replaced mine when it was broke, and the second time they were like, no, we're not going to do that. Like
Can I ask what it was?
We're going to repair it.
What was the instance where you broke it?
The first time I sent it back was it was constantly getting. They all were back then. The first version, they were all they would just get turned on by fucking touching the side of it. So if you put it in a bag, a range bag or something, it's going to get turned on. It'll get turned on right away. Now, it's supposed to have an auto shut-off, and I guess mine didn't because it always would kill it. So if I put my gun away in a bag and you come back in a couple weeks or whatever, in a month, it's dead. The battery's dead. And they were like, okay, send it in, and we'll replace it. And they did. And then I think something else happened where my second one, like the button was just fucked up. Like it wouldn't turn off or something like that. It was weird. Like the buttons are the Achilles heel. You know what I mean? Like those buttons sucked. And now the new one is a lot more money too, because I didn't pay no $200 for mine. Like I think I paid like $140 or something. Like under $150, I want to say. So now they made it a little better, and then they fucking made the price like $200. So I would never buy one for $200. That's just fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? Silly. If you want a cheap dot, go to get a primary arms microdot for $80, or like a Bushnell TR25 for like what, 60?
Well, that's the thing. I already have a cheap dot. It's a green, like I was saying, and it. The button is an actual dial, so you can't really turn it on without turning it on. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, that's fine.
It shifts the dot, whether it's a dot with a circle, a crosshair, and a circle with the dot. And again, like for the range, it works great. I think that sure I could probably throw it on the ground a few times, and it wouldn't break or anything like that. But as far as long run quality, I don't really see it that way.
No, that's it's I don't know. My point is basically to me $200 is not a cheap dot. It's not, you know what I mean? Like a Vortex Spark now is not an alternative to an aim point. It's basically you're halfway there, dude. Like just fucking chill, and you're already there, and just wait a little bit more, especially for an Aimpoint Pro, or like Ralph said, you could get a used one or whatever. They have a new one coming out that's even going to be cheaper than the Pro, I think. I forgot what that's called. It's like the Aimpoint Carbine. Okay, so at $200, dude, you're so close to the Aimpoint. Just relax. And just save up.
Vortex bullshit at that point.
Yeah, fuck them. I mean, maybe for scopes, I don't know, because I don't shoot long distance or nothing like that.
No, you buy SWFA at that point. But no. You either buy the TRS-25 or you buy Namepoint, or I guess if you want to EOTech beyond that, but you can find used aim points on eBay, like ML2s, ML3s, and I got news for you. They're military fucking pull-offs.
What else? Their warranty is so hardcore that they don't give a fuck if you're the 10th owner. You know what I mean? Like if something goes wrong, they're gonna fucking fix it or replace it. So you're pretty much good to go, no matter how beat up it is. if you buy a used one. I'm pretty sure they're going to take care of you. And there's, what are they, Swedish?
Yep.
So you know they make good shit. Hot chocolate and shit.
That's one of the reasons you can tell whether they were
That's
U.S. whiskey if they made in Sweden on them.
Oh, I don't know.
Most of
Swedish
them.
fish? You know, that's good shit.
Yeah, if you can get the carbine optics, it's going to be like $350 or something.
I did just see one of those for that.
You can, if you price it right and you find the right deal, you can get a EOTech for under $350 nowadays. Which I don't.
Yeah, what's that government supply? CMC or CMG?
Supply, and
they always, like, every year they'll have a blowout on EOTechs where it was like the best EOTech they make is like they were blowing them out like for $350 maybe less. It was so tempting.
I like the XPS2s. I had one. And
that's the one it was, and they were really whoring them out. So.
Yeah. Yep. The 555 and the 512s, those are cool models, but they're double A and the batteries traverse. So the battery's like front to back in them, and over time, eventually the batteries will shift front to back and they'll wear out the connections front to back. Whereas the side-mounted batteries that are side to side, they don't have that issue. That's why the XPS2s and the XPS3s are designed that way. So you can get one of the older 512s or 555s cheaper. But if you run it like super hard, the XPSs are the better setup for you. They're all right, the other ones, but whatever.
Well, that's kind of the good thing is I don't really feel that I have to be in a rush so much, and that I am trying to have the money at the right time when the deal comes up, so to speak, so that I can jump on it for the most part. Since I already have something, granted, I don't want to wait too long, so to speak, but I don't really think the shit's going to hit the fan in the next, 3 weeks or something like that either.
That's what they all say until the shit happens.
Until it does, I do agree with that. I think you're right there.
Godzilla's coming.
Right.
Especially you're on the Pacific.
You're fucked out there. No one's gonna save you.
The kaiju is coming, dude.
Oh, I'm a firm believer in that. Whether it's the tsunami, the volcano, an earthquake, invasion, whatever.
You're fucked. I get some body armor first.
I've thought about that too.
I'm not kidding. I'd run irons and body armor before I'd worry about a red dot. Out there.
Now, you're probably gonna laugh at this. When they started reviewing the stuff that was the body armor that was taken up to a 308, but it floated. I can't remember what the name of it was. I don't know if it's better or worse than the AR-500. I know it's lighter and all that, but in my mind, I'm making jokes about, well, you are surrounded by a fucking ocean.
I mean, that is something to consider. I'm not going to say it isn't.
But I was also wondering if it was more of a flash in the pan stuff too. You know what I'm saying?
If you're in the water, you're really going to be worried about getting shot. I mean, I'd just carry a separate life vest and ditch the plates at that point. Than worry about carrying around a life vest because you can't maneuver in that fucking thick shit. Even some of the ceramic stuff's kind of thick, man.
Well, that was one of the things that I did notice about that one. That I can't remember the name of it, but it was very thick, and it probably would have to require a specific plate carrier and everything like that.
You guys see that? I'm sure you guys are too busy with lives and stuff, but Haas USMC did that like tactical response class. It was like a fucking hour long. He said it's like the final drill. He put it up there.
I saw that today.
I watched it, but I couldn't take it. I kept fast forwarding until they were shooting, and so I'm watching him go to his pistol, that Sphinx, and it's just like jam, like fucking jam, rack, jam, like he. So as I'm commenting, I'm putting like, damn, that Sphinx wasn't working out, right? was it the mud? And then I just like skimmed forward a little bit. So now he's got someone's Glock. And I'm like, okay, so let's see what this is going to do. And it started to fucking fail. Like, those guns must have been full of mud. Like, just full of it. Like, man, that was like a nightmare, dude. Like a POV nightmare. Because that's what my nightmares are like. Like, just fail. Like, rack, fail. Like, nothing's working. Because I've owned those in my life. Those guns like that. Again, I'm just at a range. And it's a horrible feeling, dude. But then, and then his AK pistol was like, fail, like super, constantly failing. And then at one point in that video, he was like over in a corner trying to fix it. And it just looked like a worthless cause, you know what I mean? Like, I know it was a 5.56 pistol, Pat pistol. Probably wasn't the best thing to take to a class like that. With the mags, or I don't know what kind of mags it takes, but man, it was pretty fun to watch. It was an hour long. I think I watched like 15 minutes of it.
Think about that. You got to view hands-on about a few firearms that you might have had in question or whatever, and like the proof is in the pudding on it, so to speak. It's not that Pat pistol's a gimmick or anything like that.
No, I think it just kind of like was showing. I think everything was failing. Like even the Tavor is no fucking Toyota, I'm sure, but like that thing was failing. His AK pistol was failing. His Glock was failing. That Sphinx was failing. And then Jaeger was saying like most of the people who take ARs on that class, those things go down. So I don't know, and it was just like raining and muddy. But dude, I don't know. I mean, I've never been in that kind of situation. I'm sure I'll never will be. But there was mud all over the fucking guns, dude. It was just mud. What can you do in a situation like that? Fucking pour water all over it. You'd be better off, like rinse it off or something. Gross.
Did they say at any point in time what maybe would have been a better suggestion, perhaps, or anything like that? Because again, I didn't watch the video. It did come up in my feed today. I'm sure I'll watch it at some point.
Oh no, yeah, just watch it because it was just like it was GoPro cam. And it was just like them in the thick of it. It wasn't like after like the class and they're taking. I doubt it. I think they probably say just an AK and a Glock is probably the best thing you can go with, period. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to tell you. I kind of felt like an idiot because I was like, I wasn't trolling, but I was just like, yeah, that Sphinx looks like it's not working out, buddy. And then I skimmed the end and like, oh shit, that Glock's not working out either.
Did they spot him that Sphinx or did he buy it?
No, I think he bought that.
That's not a cheap gun. It's an expensive gun, isn't it?
No, those are at least $800,000, $900,000 in that range.
I heard they were more than that. I thought.
Yeah, well. When the Lionheart came out, they were $700. Now they're like $450. So I'm sure, like when they come out, they're fucking expensive as shit. I think that when they came out, they were like $1,000, $1,100. But if I wanted,
saw this cool Facebook meme today. It says, "It's Fat Cat." Says, "What did I get for Christmas? I got fat." There you go.
Are you gonna re-gift that?
Oh yeah. Just told them all the good news. You get my old phone, I'm buying a new one. You get the old. It's only 8 months old. So she's pretty excited.
Well, and that's also kind of one of the things. It's like I don't really know. I mean, obviously, I'm going to put some more money into my AR, right? But at the same time, when I see all this other stuff, it's like, well, I feel like I'm going to have to get an AK just so as either backup or primary, depending on which way you want to look at it, you know.
Yeah, if I could buy an AK right now, I would. The prices are excellent. It's a buyer's market right now. Everything is on the cheap for the most part.
And ammo's still available and inexpensive.
Yep.
I mean, I will say that I do like my AR, and you know what? Though here's the funny thing: is I know if I end up getting an AK, I'll like that one too. You know what I mean?
Did you build AR or did you buy it as a whole?
No, it was my first adult firearms purchase.
Dude, don't be surprised if you don't like the AK. You know what I mean? Because the fucking safety lever, the sharp edges everywhere, everything's like fucking razor blade on that fucking gun. Like sharp, you know, the ergonomics are.
You burr it.
Some of it is not so great.
Well, and see, that's one of the things. I've been looking at it for about a year and a half, kind of a thing. Thinking about it, you know, and I see everything from a Wasser to an MPAP, OPAP to Vepr to Arsenal, you know, and it's just like, man, you can, if you want to spend them, to a Rifle Dynamics, let's not even fuck around here,
Right?
you know, it's like, or a Krebs, you know, and I see the value in all of them, but it's like I was kind of saying earlier, it's like I'm one of the guys that I don't want to just buy it because it's cheap, so to speak, even though it might be just fine. Like, I'm not going to be the guy that's going to go out and buy a Canic. I'm not the guy that's going to go out and buy a High Point. I'm probably not going to be the guy to go out and buy a Kel-Tec. Not that there's anything wrong with any of those. Well, it's debatable. But I guess my point is I'm willing to save up to get something I'm a little more either familiar or have faith in, so to speak.
I believe in buying nice stuff and getting, buying quality, and that's what you're paying for. It's what you get. But think about your average AR guy that gets in the one like me. I have mine. I take it out about once every other trip to the range. It has over 1,000 rounds to it. Do I shoot the hell out of it? Nope. I don't mind shooting it. It's one of those. I just prefer to shoot handguns a little more. And then I have to kind of remember, hey, yeah, I need to get some rounds out of my AR. And but a lot of people don't shoot them. They buy them, and they even buy a couple of them. And some people buy nice ones, expensive ones, where they build them up, but they just don't shoot them all that much. But on the other side of the spectrum, there's people that's all they shoot are rifles, and they're just shooting the shit out of them. So I think you got to take that into account when you're buying the gear, the parts, and what you're putting into them. Are you going to see that return that you as far as the usefulness, functionality of it, because you don't shoot it that much?
To me, like, we're really, like, in 2008 or something, when I was looking into getting an AK and doing a lot of, like, reading on the internet and then looking at fucking Nut and Fancy videos or whatever. And when I didn't realize, because I had a Wasser on layaway, and I think I watched his very first video that he took down, where he went to Arsenal and did a tour. And they were literally showing a Wasser and versus an Arsenal, like side by side, and doing like weird things like that, and it was the first time I ever, and I'm sure AK purists fucking will hate me saying that or something, but like, dude, it's a fucking used gun. Like, it's a parts kit. It's not, and some of that stuff it's not a fresh gun. Like, they're mix matching. I don't know if it's true or not, like. According to those videos,
or the Arsenal, I mean the
no,
Wasser.
like a Wasser, like a parts gun, because it was like a lot of them were not matching, like
Century, basically.
So in a way, I felt like, wow, I'm paying $500 for a Wasser, and it's not a used gun, but some of the parts are used. Like, they might be reusing the trunnion from a gun that actually did get shot a lot, or a receiver or something. So, and then the magwell, like opening up the magwell. Some of them are sloppy. Some, like the canted front sight and whatever. So at $500, I was so close to an Arsenal back then. In 2008, I think an Arsenal was like $700.
Oh, damn!
It was like a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Fuck yeah, and So I did it. I was like, I think it was like $750 versus $500, and you're getting a complete 100% brand new gun built in at the time Ishmash, right? Russian, as close as you're going to get to a Russian AK, and
See,
you don't got to worry about that problem.
That's
So
kind of
nowadays it's 900.
Yeah.
Oh, the Vepr, yeah, okay.
See, that was kind of because it was, not middle of the road quality, more middle of the road price. You know what I'm kind of saying? Like you could pay more for other ones, you could pay less for some other ones, but it was kind of that same theory. Oh, this motherfucker's made in Russia or Ukraine or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, the Bulgarian ones, like right now, so you might be able to find an Arsenal. They don't deal with the Russians anymore, but it would be a Bulgarian, and they're about $900. So you're definitely way past the Wasser, but you're not that far. If you're looking at these Centuries and stuff, or these new AKs that are coming to market at like 700, you're really not that far away from the Arsenal at that point. So like if a friend of mine was asking me like, oh, I just want a fucking AK, I don't give a fuck, whatever, like you can get a Wasser, okay, cool. But if you start jumping from there and trying to go like in between Wasser and Arsenal, like somewhere in between, you're better off just saving up a little bit more, because like there's so many new ones. Like I don't know, the Century,
the V2 and the RAS or whatever, the ones stamped and the ones milled, those are supposed to be coming out next year.
Yeah, I think they're going to be about $600. $700. Yeah. I'm sure the milled one will be more, or the new stamp one. Definitely the newer ones are supposed to be better than the older ones. They take the regular furniture and all that stuff, but it's still, if I sent you a site right now that had a fucking Arsenal for like 900 and you're going to buy one for like 750, that's some Century Arms shit. Not saying it's not going to work, but
no. But your point is, it's only it's okay.
Not
so
that much
some
more.
people would get mad. I say it's only $150. I know there are some people in gun channels that would probably chastise me for saying only $150. But to me, when you're already at that range, it's it's 2 more paychecks or what have you. You're already kind of in that realm. You're just not quite to the door yet. You know what I mean? So I'm in agreement with you on that for sure.
Yeah. I mean, there's other shit about the barrels and stuff, like cold hammer forged. I forgot what their Bulgarians call it, like Steyr technology, like cold hammer forged barrel. Everything about it is coming from one place. Where even the Century ones are like, I'm pretty sure they're fucking outsourcing their barrels to some U.S. company. You know what I mean? Like, and that's cool too. I mean, I don't give a. I kind of want one. If they were about $500, I'll take that shit. The stamp one, the new one, I would love that. Just to have a beater, At the end of the day, it's a fucking AK. They better take care of you, customer service wise,
I was watching an interview that James doing with that guy from.
The guy from Century?
No. Is it Rifle Dynamics?
Oh, Jim Fuller.
Yeah, and he's basically saying, our guns, our rifles are made for people that use the shit out of them. Contractors, whatnot, that depend on them. Wassers or all those other guns are great. There's nothing wrong with them, but they're not built for this kind of reliability. And it's kind of weird because you think about what people think about AKs. They're reliable, ultimately reliable, no matter what you do to them. But he's talking about beating the fuck out of them, and they keep trucking the tolerances they put in the gear, the components they put on their rifles as they design them and build them, which made sense, we're going to get into a $2,000 AK, and what?
Well, I was going to say, does anybody in here or out there in gun channels happen to know that if you take the class for like $2,000 or whatever, what is the quality comparison to the $2,000 gun you would be getting from Rifle Dynamics? You know what I'm saying? The rifle that you can make in the class with Jim Fuller. How close?
No, there's not. It's not even close, dude.
Okay.
He's buying you a parts kit, and you're gonna assemble it. It's so cool by itself. It's such a great thing, but the if you just gave him $2,500, everything is going to be different. Like the gas block, he like, I don't know if he Cerakotes it or what. Like it's got a crazy finish. It's all like hand tuned, smooth, hand stoned. Like it's all custom.
I kind of figured that.
He's got a folder. I think he's got a folder. Like all his ones come with a folder. And it comes with a comp. The one you're going to build is basically it's going to look just like a plain Jane wood stock. The wood's not going to be finished. To
be honest, I wouldn't have any kind of problem with that. Because then you can put into it the what you want to put into it from that end. I just meant the actual meat of it, so to speak.
The coolest thing is that you built it, and then under the watchful eye of an expert.
Of a master, so to speak.
Yeah.
It'd be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to go train with Hattori Hanzo, and I'm going to learn how to make a sword, kind of a thing. To me, it's almost kind of the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. The sword's it's definitely going to be sharp. It's going to be sharp. It's going to work. The one he might make you might have like mother of pearl or whatever the fuck they used, the finest silk or whatever the fuck on the wrap. But shit, I don't know about that shit. But yeah, I was so tempted to take that class, and then I saw the price and it was just like, whoa. It was expensive.
I don't think though that $2,000 to be essentially. I mean, I might have this mistaken, but you could be an AK armorer for the most part, I would think, after that. Maybe not officially, but you would have the personal knowledge. You might not have the tooling and stuff to do the job, but you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's like you're paying for the class, but in the end, you end up with a rifle, a decent / good quality. You're making something that's better than a Wasser yourself, I would think. But I couldn't say because I've never taken the class. I would like to. If I had the money for it, I know that I definitely would take the class.
Oh yeah. If I had the money, for sure I would do it. But that wouldn't be my only AK then either. That would be the one I built. Haha, remember the memories. It was fucking awesome. Now I know what I'm doing with AK stuff, like as a semi-armor or whatever. So that'd be awesome. But if that was gonna be my only AK, for me personally, I'd rather probably just buy 2 fucking arsenals for that price or something. I don't know. Maybe an arsenal and a shit ton of ammo and magazines, and then take a class. Probably for that price, I could buy a shit ton of mags, an arsenal, and then just take a class and have 2,000 rounds to shoot and learn how
on
to
top of that, even after
the
class, you'd have that 2,000 rounds even after taking the fighting rifle class or something like that.
I think it's like $400 or $500 for the class, $1,000 for the gun.
And between the mags and the ammo, with $600 left in your pocket, I think you could get plenty of both. From what I've seen, AK ammo going for anyway these days.
Yeah, but it's AK, dude. Like Edge said, they're supposed to be fucking uber reliable, no matter which one they are. Like, people have thousands and thousands, like 30, 40,000 rounds through the same barrel, and for some reason they're not wearing out. Where like people talk about AR barrels wearing out in like 8,000 rounds.
Man, I hope not. I've only had mine for about 3 years, maybe. I guess 3 years, 3 years, and I probably got almost 2,000 rounds through that one. But again, that was at one point it was the only I was even taking to the range because it's the only one I had. So I should be shooting 200-300 rounds at each time at the range because I liked it. It was fun. It was new. All of that kind of shit. So I hope it don't wear out at 8,000.
Shit, yeah. Oh man, I think it could wear down even faster. Depends on what kind of ammo you got. But I mean, it's cheap. It's a cheap thing to fix. So don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, and I'm gonna have to put more than 4 times as much ammo through it before I kind of got to almost even worry about that, right?
Mm. Yeah, I don't know what it costs to. Probably like $30 to a gunsmith, or you can do it yourself. And then the barrels.
And what do they do? They just
AR.
redo the grooves, basically?
No, they just screw a new barrel in your AR.
Hmm.
That's it. So, like with an AK, you need all kinds of shit to replace a barrel on an AK. You probably just fucking throw that thing away, or you know what I mean? Because that's that whole rivet. I'm not aware of that how difficult that is, but that's not your average. Oh yeah, like gunsmith shit, do it in 10 minutes, like changing the barrel out.
I gotcha. I bet you if you had what you call it if you had burned out a barrel or whatever, I bet you could still give it to G-Webs.
You could shoot it like a shotgun.
Oh man, I
Smooth,
bet you
a smooth bore.
he'd part that out faster than a car in downtown Detroit left unattended. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, AK barrels don't wear out as much because I don't know. They're just cold. They're usually cold hammer forged if you get them Russian or Bulgarian or whatever the fuck. I'm not sure what the Polish were doing or Yugoslavian. I think they were. They're definitely designed to last a long time. Many, many rounds. Harder steel.
Some of that Russian iron.
Yeah. Like in the AR world, like they say, don't waste your money on a cold hammer forged barrel because for the extra price of the gun, you basically could just buy 2 barrels, you know what I mean, or whatever. You know,
I think I see what you're saying.
you know, it's such an easy thing to switch barrels out on an AR, and the barrels aren't very expensive, so don't worry about it so much. But on a AK, you don't have to worry about it because most of them are super fucking hardcore barrels, like good steel, cold hammer forged barrels. That's like 20, 30, 40,000 rounds, I guess.
Kind of hoping to talk enough about AKs in here to get get the AK guru in here for a minute.
That dude's in a
He might be
last
over
chat. He was in a car or something. Last chat, driving on the highway.
Looking at his thing on Gun Channels, it looks like it doesn't look like a phone. It just looks like the little green dot. Who knows?
What's up with? There's no other chats going on.
I think there was what is it? I think there's yeah, there was that. There was the Firearms Radio Network.
Hmm.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. And as far as I know, no Stone Guy. I don't think Stone Guy was in the other chat.
Oh shit. They disowned him.
I hope not.
He's probably busy,
Stone
man.
Guy,
It's Christmas, man. You get out there, shop,
Yeah,
do that
man.
Christmas shopping.
right? Wife and kids, or kid.
Gonna sell some guns, man. Kids need
One
toys, man.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
You don't need all those guns, man. Kids need the toys.
Gotta have that G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip, or you ain't getting laid.
Yeah, what's the new one? Xbox One or something.
I was trying to channel some Trading Places. Wasn't that it? Isn't that where Eddie Murphy breaks it down for the whole holiday shopping thing?
No, I don't remember.
Let me try and look that up. trying to pull my inner edge. Give some obscure 80s reference.
Kevin Bacon, Bicycle Messenger.
Quicksilver.
Quicksilver.
There you go. You guys are good, man. You guys are pros.
I lived it, man.
You a Bicycle Messenger?
No.
He was a stockbroker.
I was there
Stockbroker.
the first time. Let's see if this is the one.
You guys were talking about Such. Did I miss it? Because I saw the chat windows.
Oh man, somebody posted one of his like mistakes video or whatever, and it was the 454 revolver that had the bullet broke or whatever, and the bullet actually got lodged in the revolver barrel, and like if he would have fucking shot it again, dude, there would have been some crazy shit happening. One of them was I think part of a
squid. Squid. To all you gun channels people out there, eat your hearts. I'm a sexy man. So what can I say?
Stand by.
I'm a kung fu man, karate man.
I bleed on the inside.
That's right.
Stand by.
Woo, back to
Oh, here it is. Here's the kung fu grip, right here. That dude used to be so funny. I miss Eddie Murphy being funny.
Yeah, the Golden Child. Low key, that might have been his best movie.
You know what? I own the Golden Child on DVD. I want the knife.
It was underrated.
to ask again.
It was underrated.
Yeah, it definitely bombed or whatever, but I like 80s cheese. I got no problem with it.
Police Academy.
Only like the first one or the second one. Other than that, not so much.
All the older Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder movies, stir crazy.
Quicksilver.
Silver Streak,
Silver Streak.
Bustin' Loose.
What you doing, man? I'm getting bad. I'm getting bad.
Which you couldn't ever do that shit again with like some cocoa powder or whatever, you know? Dew powder, whatever you did.
No. You're thinking of Silver Streak. No, I'm talking about when they're going to Joe and the other one. He's like, "What are you doing?" And you see Richard Pryor like starts shaking his neck, like all getting a walk, stride going.
Yeah.
Like, "What you doing, man? I'm getting bad. Why? He's bringing to jail, man. I'm gonna get bad." But the one I like that part of the Gene Wilder is like, "You think we're gonna be okay? Yeah, you'll make it. I just hope we don't see any Muslims."
Yeah, it's definitely some good shit.
Kick your ass. Fucking dog.
Oh, shut up. And then I saw, you know what's funny, is that Haas USMC's video with the GoPro, and then Good Guy with a Gun had a GoPro video.
On the GoPro
I
itself?
want to get one of those, at least one, man.
He was melting, like he was melting his lead.
Was it on his forehead or whatever?
Yeah. You couldn't see the Darth Vader
You
mask.
just see him pass out and his face goes in the lead pool.
That smoke, that fire and smoke, when he put the wax in the lead, that shit was bomb. Like a bonfire of toxins.
And was he even wearing a paper mask or anything?
No, he was wearing like a ventilator.
Have a fan,
respirator.
blow.
Respirator,
Like when I used to, I'm a component level solder, and when I used to do that, and you know, blow a fan, man, because you start, you're wicking and you get the solder off or laying it on, shit just goes right up your nose.
I watched the entire video. One thing I noticed though, he was wearing sandals, like Jesus sandals,
Ooh,
and his toes were all out there in the world.
molten lead will fuck you up.
You know, you want to spill that on your little feet.
Remember back in the
bare
back in
feet,
the 80s,
toes, man. This little piggy got melted.
Yeah. I was in middle school, and this one dude, remember, I don't know if, depending on how old you are, but back in like late 80s, people were like wearing combat boots all the time, and some would do where they have it all fucking loose and barely even tied up, so the tongue would be like open. There's a guy in GMR, General Mechanical Repair Shop. It was arc welding, and a piece of Chad went down there. And, yeah, it was hot. Yeah, he's there dancing like a fucking chicken, on a hot grill. And they're like, "What the fuck are you? You're the dumbass with your fucking shoes on, all lipped out, at the top. Got that Chad in there."
Nowhere for it to go except close to your
down.
skin.
And just melt straight down to the bone at that temperature. I don't know what the fuck they took him. They had to call the ambulance, get his ass out of there. But yeah. But yeah.
Now, when he goes to the beach now, he just wears like big socks. That's what I do.
They had one dude once on oxyacetylene torch that, because we were told, like, you can only set the gauges so far. Once you hit a certain level, I don't know. I was like, what? Like, why did they have all these additional levels you can throw them at? When you start opening them up, the instructor's telling us if you open them so far, you can't close them. There's too much pressure built up on these oxyacetylene tanks. And And I was like, then why did they have them made so you can do it? You just, because you have that little regulator you're looking at that you're eyeballing the gauge, and no big deal. We never, just followed the rules. But one dude, one time, I think I was off school that day. I heard about it. I called in or didn't go to school, and I heard about that shit. This one dude fucking almost, man. They had to get some professionals out there because he let them roll. He let the wheels spin on those tanks when he was opening them up. And they had to get some professionals out there to fucking get that shit situated. Yeah, almost blew up half the school.
Wow.
It's a good quarter of it.
Shit.
Well, and sometimes those tolerances are for changes in temperature, ambient temperature, room temperature. Also altitude, because everything's going to affect pressure on that shit. And yet it's a universal tank or whatever, so it has to be able to work in Denver as much as Galveston or something like that. You know what I'm kind of saying?
Ooh, Galveston. Ooh, yeah.
I don't know. I always have a good time when I go to Galveston.
I'm just kidding. No, Galveston's where we turn around. They put a lot of money into it. It used to be a shithole.
Dude, I'm going to have to agree with you on that. Last time I went was about a year and a half ago or whatever, and the change was definitely noticeable.
They kicked all the bums out. They basically got rid of all the shit that they had there and just completely invested in it and made it more of a kind of a vacation site.
I was going to say touristy or Houston money going down there for the weekend to the beach house, Yep.
Got rid of all the bums. I was born here. Not anymore. Get the fuck out.
Where was you born?
Where's you born? Who was the president of the United States?
I was born Ronald Reagan or
the
John Wayne.
Guy for Death Valley Days.
Baby Dr. Valley.
That's right, the guy from Death Valley Days.
What's going on, El Fuego? El Fuego.
What's happening?
Yeah.
That was much better than Shrimp on the Barbie.
I like Shrimp on the Barbie. Yeah, that was pretty funny too.
Oh, I like Emma Samms or whatever her name was, and
he was pissing on the haystack, and the horse started. Hey, don't get jealous. That was a classic.
Golly.
And then when he fights with the kangaroo, Gus, one of them in the house, the fucking kangaroo with the boxing gloves.
It's been a while since I've seen that one, that's for sure.
Carlos. Yeah, that was one of those movies. It was a B movie for sure, but
Paid the bills during before the Nash Bridges days.
Well, he got a hard on for that shit. He's like, I don't want to be associated with the whole Cheech and Chong thing. And I was like, dude, I mean, that's like Howard Stern saying he's gonna be a shock jock. He wants to go to politics and like, have fun with that. You got what you got. You got your shtick, and then he finally realized, at 60-something years old, that well, I need to, he decided to hang out with Chong again and do a little tour, and it's like it's what people want to see.
They came out here, dude, and I went and saw them, and that was some of the funniest. I remembered every fucking skit they were throwing up there for the most part, dude. It was hilarious.
I love one dude with the dogs. Hey, Ralph. The Fifis.
Yeah, all of that.
Those were some of the fucking first movies that I remember seeing, like where those Shoot You Up in Smoke and Nice Dreams and all that shit. Because one of my stepdads, I had like 10, 20 stepdads. One of them had cable, and he had Showtime. And I remember like my parents would go to sleep, and fucking John Biner. You guys remember John Biner, like Bizarre? It was like John Biner, and then after that would be like
Super Dave Osborne.
Yeah, it would be the Bizarre, and then Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke, followed by Nice Dreams, followed by like another fucking movie. That weird guy with the eyes that used to bulge out of his head. I forgot his name.
Marty.
Feldman or something like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, those were Showtime's like beginnings. Like that's all the movies they would play at night, like after. And I was real young watching those movies. Like, wow, this is pretty fucking funny, I guess. I didn't even know if it was funny or not. Be like 5 years old watching fucking Nice Dreams. You know what I mean? Like waiting for some boobies.
That was like we saw that. Was in the back seat of a drive-in. It was one of the last drive-ins that was like in the entire county or whatever at that time. And I think one of the first double features I remember was Up in Smoke, and then what was it, Going South with Jack Nicholson, the Western.
Ah, man, I never saw that.
You guys remember that one? It wasn't really a comedy or anything like that. It was semi-serious. It had like Mary Steenburgen in it or something like that. It was a good movie, but obviously not one of his most populars. But those are like two of the first movies that I remember seeing on the huge drive-in screen. Were those two?
I've never been to a drive-in, but the first movie I remember seeing was Star Wars because I was 7. But then I got to see Caddyshack in the very early 80s.
We had a drive-in.
Before I was even a teenager.
It just closed about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was a shame because the last one. The thing was that when it gets too fucking cold, obviously nobody goes to drive-in, so pretty much winter's off season, and then you get the jackasses to go and vandalize the place and tear it up. Like, we can't afford to every year drop $300,000 trying to clean the place up again. And then it sucked because it was fun because you would go. It was real cool. You go and if you want to take beer, you take beer. You take your own drinks, you take your own food, and you just pay to get in per person at $7, whatever the fuck it was. And people pull out the chairs, the lawn chairs, everything, and have fun there. The blankets, and it was a blast. It was a really really good time. And there's always a double feature. It's a shame they fucking got rid of that.
We got one here where I live. That's like a real classy joint, It's like one of the last drive-ins in America, still operating. But yeah, I remember being in the drive-ins, early '80s, really early '80s, and I guess what? By the time maybe the '90s, they were all gone pretty much, right?
Yeah, it's the theaters were doing all the cool stuff, with all this new stuff you mentioned coming on theaters with all the new sound systems and all that Sony SDVS shit and all that crap. But yeah, it was a blast going. I remember you see people like fucking 20 chairs, man. They bring all the lawn chairs in the back of the truck and fucking laid out there and on blankets and stuff. And I think I even saw one dude cooking out there once. If I couldn't. I was like, you can't cook out here. Saw some dude on the grill. I'm like, there you go.
Yeah, fucking public grill. You know what I mean? Like on the side.
Yeah, they actually tried to bring in drive-in theaters back here in Wisconsin. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I mean it's like a hipster thing, like You know, let's go to the drive-in and get drunk in our car and then drive drunk home and have fun. And
Well, I would like to
In
Yeah.
reality, in Wisconsin, you've got maybe 5 months of being able to watch movies comfortably. That's if you're really, really lucky. Most likely 4.
I got hammered a couple times when the wife had to drive us home. I'm like, there you go.
Nice.
Jeez.
Well, now with the digital projectors and everything like that, they were doing them near the college out here, and they only recently stopped doing them. But it wasn't like a old school drive-in where, you know, with the huge screen and everything like that. Or, you know, not the half a mile or whatever it seemed when you're small, how big that fucking screen is.
What's cool now, I mean, the last time, you know, because my wife, we met in 2001, the end of 2001. No, 2001. And we used to go there pretty often, and you know, you just tune the radio station into the movie, and in your ear, you don't have to have the old thing where you have that receiver. Just turn the radio up, click into the station, and it picks it up right there, and you watch it. You hear the movie within your sound system.
That's way better than those box speakers.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is that some vehicles, like, you know, you want to open the door and you have to fucking the lights on. You gotta ding 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 ding. Oh fucking like you gotta come with some kind of contraption to hit that plug to shut the sensor off. But yeah, it was cool. I wish they'd do it again. There's been talks about it, but I don't know. We need to see one again here locally.
tell the dog no one's breaking in. So on some gun shit, did you see this
My
jackass?
fucking neighbor's dog across the street, dude.
This guy got convicted today. He's now going away for murder. Some guy was inside of his car garage and they say he set him up. Saw that in was that Texas?
I hear that.
Oh no, I think it's like Oregon or Montana. That's where it was.
What happened?
Some guy was a rash of break-ins in the neighborhood. I think someone broke in his house, and apparently from the news, this guy was telling friends, neighbors, people he does, you know, he went to a barber shop or something and was saying shit like, "Oh, I'm gonna catch this guy and I'm gonna shoot them. Like I'm gonna shoot these kids that are doing it. I'm gonna kill them." And he left his garage door partly open with his wife's purse. And he basically waited for somebody. Exactly. And then he shot him and killed him, and it turned out to be a foreign exchange student from Germany. Some kid from Germany, is a Turkish kid or whatever. And he was inside the garage trying to take the purse. Who knows if it's the same guy who's breaking into all the other houses, and he let him have it. And
premeditation.
I think he shot him with a shotgun. And it was a stand your ground case, and that's it. He's been convicted of murder.
Well, it's
He's
premeditation.
been convicted of murder because he baited him.
And
I think that was
premeditated,
it.
like you said, too.
And I think his lawyers and other lawyers who were talking about it were trying to say that in that state, he didn't even need to be in fear of his life, you know, losing his life or whatever. It was all about the felony in process, in progress. The felony was happening, and then he had the right to use deadly force to stop the felony, which was the home break. And it still didn't matter because the premeditation part.
Yeah, that's a big one.
I heard a similar story once about some guys, you know, staying on top of his roof waiting for people to rip him off and some shit. I don't know how the story goes. I'm kind of paraphrasing. But he was like, you know, I'm going to catch these fuckers that are always fucking in my car, breaking in my car. And he stood on the roof to catch him. And they ended up getting him for some shit too. I forget what they ended up, not siding with them on it because they're like, well, you stood on the roof and you're waiting for them. So you're obviously waiting to shoot somebody kind of situation. And that's where the law gets real hairy. And then you better lawyer up real good.
Well, and sometimes the best lawyer in the world might not be able to get you off on something like that because You were lying in wait, basically. It'd be one thing if you pelted them with the hose, or you called the cops on him immediately when you saw him going for it, or.
Pissed on his forehead.
But the fact that you shot at them, that's gonna. And shit, it goes back to Massad's class that DB was talking about the other day. You know, you gotta you gotta take that shit real serious. If it's more than just a responsibility, it's gonna be the rest of your life potentially, whether it's financial or in the big house.
That's
Yeah,
what I told
I
my
mean,
wife. She was like, "He's got a heart on to do this." I'm like, "No, you go shoot somebody. You're gonna. I mean, I'm not a wealthy person. I can't afford even a lawyer just to get me out of a ticket, much less to get me out of a potential
Life
felony
sentence. Yeah.
life
You're
sentence."
saying
So I'm
the average bail for something like that is going to be about $1 million, and 10% of that, is going to be never
100,000.
returned to you,
Yeah.
pretty much, you're done with that. So you might lose your house.
exactly. No, I mean, and then even that, let's just say it's a clear shoot. They even the law sides with you, and they come hit you with fucking their private lawyers, trying to sue you civilly because you killed the only breadwinner, some crack addict that breaks into people's houses and brings home some money for food, and then here you are, under the hammer for that, trying to fucking get having to lawyer up because they got a free lawyer. It's like, yeah, well, this guy has a house, we can probably get him for at least 200 grand.
Well, I mean, I hope not. Hopefully, I'm not bringing up a sore subject, but that's kind of how they got OJ. Is like, he was acquitted of the crime or whatever, but they were able to get him for the wrongful death in the civil trial. For millions
Well,
of dollars or whatever. I don't know that he ever paid it or anything. That's
yeah, with Simpson, with the Simpson case, they could sue them in civil court if they're found not guilty in the whatever the other court is, not the the so that's what they did. They went after him. In civil court, you don't have to. You can have reasonable doubt.
well,
in
the
civil
burden of
court.
proof is different. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that's how they got Simpson, is because there was still reasonable doubt because he was found not guilty.
Well, the thing
But
is
there's
that,
enough to point that he did it.
but there are some cases I've heard. It depends on the state and their laws, but I've heard of them like saying, well, you killed, our dad was breaking into your house, whatever, and obviously, home invasion, whatever the fuck it was. But they're like, well, he's the only people that was bringing in income in the family, so now we lost his income, even though he was doing the means illegally. So now we lost all our income altogether, and we're suing you for our loss of income.
Yeah, if you don't have the Castle Doctrine or standard ground laws, with the law written in there that you cannot be sued in civil court if you are found,
Acquitted, basically.
if you're found not guilty in a trial, or if you have been cleared by the police.
Exonerated.
Yes, it was a just shoot.
So okay, I didn't know that previously. So if you have the Castle Doctrine like we do in Texas,
But it has to be written into the law as well. It has to be also written in there. That's Wisconsin has that. Or it's also written into the law that
you
you
can look
cannot
it up in Texas,
sue in civil
but
court.
we do have the Castle Doctrine. But I haven't heard of any crazy suing suits in general, but here locally. But I've seen them, man. There's a guy that raped a chick, and then he found out that he got AIDS from her, and then he sued her.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, yeah, here's the thing though with the civil thing. You're still going to have, they can still do the lawsuit throw the lawsuit at you, so you're still going to have a lawyer, and you're still going to have to go to court just to have it thrown out.
Or to win the case, depending on to have it thrown out or actually win your case.
Yeah, it'd be thrown out here in the States, so it'd be like, you cannot sue for this, and then they're the ones who have to pony up for your lawyer expenses, and
that's why I suggest everybody learn how to pistol whip.
so look at your laws in your state, and again, Don't take my word for it. Look it up for yourself. You live in Wisconsin.
Well, it's like a story I think I've told before. I'll tell it again. There's a guy, really prominent area called Stone Oak, real expensive. Average homes around at least starting at $300,000. They go up from there. And it's like 2 in the morning. Some guy and somebody's breaking into his truck, a little Toyota 4Runner that he had. And so he goes out there and tries to stop them from breaking into the vehicle. And he ends up winging the guy who's breaking into the vehicle, and he ends up killing the guy that's in the getaway car, because the guy in the getaway car starts taking off and is going towards him. So he's like, oh, the guy was trying to run me over the car, so shot him, and he killed the guy in the car, and he winged the guy that was trying to actually break into his vehicle. Funny part is, I bet that conversation was probably one of those deals like, he's like, hey man, just give me a ride, dude. Nothing ever happens to you. Nothing, just give me a ride. I'm just gonna break in with you real quick. And now that dude ended up getting killed, and now he was completely cleared of all charges. There was even was on site. Like, said, no charges will be pressed. DA never followed up on that. So now he was within his rights. The vehicle's extension of his property, or his dominion, his house.
Well, that in Texas, you are, as far as I understand, you are able to use lethal force to defend your property. And I know that not all states have that. I don't think Arizona has that. All the great gun laws they got.
Yeah, if your vehicle's extension of your dwelling, so you can pursue your property. And secure it as well, and your vehicle, and you have the castle doctrine in that effect as well.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, you actually have to be in your vehicle, though.
So, like, somebody has to be carjacking you, so to speak.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because they came out big with that one. This is how we do it in Stone Oak. The guys are like, and their neighbors like, hell yeah. So that's how we handle that kind of business. There was another shooting like about a year before that, where somebody was supposedly, they have those ornate doors in those real fancy houses where you have those, they're not stained glass, but they're real ornate glass doors that they have. And some dude was supposed to be kicking on it. So the guy pulled his shotgun out, shoots the guy through the door to the glass, hits him good, and then hits the other one, ended up killing both of them. The one guy died, or didn't get up after he got shot. The other one ran, and they found him a couple blocks away. He killed both of them, and it was like 3 in the morning too. They were kicking his door. I was like, that one's a little sketchy, because those people will call the cops on anybody, and they get there real quick. And that's why I was like 3 in the morning, so he's kicking in your door, fucking with you. It sounds like you had a beef with somebody, or you didn't pay somebody, some money you owed them. But he ended up killing both of them. But shotgun.
What do you guys think of that North Korean threat? They pulled the movie. They're not going to show it in movie theaters.
That is the complete, horseshit. First of all, I wanted to download the movie legally, but here's it. But no, it's horseshit, dude. Like, you're seriously gonna give in to this crap because the potential threat of a theater, blah 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 blah. Anybody can make that threat, by calling into any station, and because it's put over the internet in some unknown group, in which they end up finding out it's all North Korean based.
What bothers me is, do we really think there's like North Korean army, like undercover army guys here, or like agents? Those people can't even fucking leave the country to go to South Korea. Like, how they're gonna get here and do an attack on a movie theater?
I'll tell you this: they get backdoored through China. Even though China is not official agreement, they have China and them are good buddies. That's why they're able to abduct people.
You would think you would think they're the kind of friend that China would be like, yeah, we're friends, but like, can you not come to my house for dinner? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
but they did get their passports through China, and they're listed they're Chinese or whatever, and then obviously they don't look Chinese, but they do that, and that's how they've been able to get agents at a lot of places in the past under previous regimes. I don't know. This kid's a fucking crackpot worse than his dad because he has all these insecurity issues.
My
The
whole
part
thing
that
is,
pissed me off the most was basically the place in Austin that was the beer movie theater or whatever that was going to be showing Team America or whatever, and then whoever owns that film, whether it was Universal or Sony or whatever, said that in light to all this other shit that they're not going to give them the film to even show, and I'm like, that's just fucking
it's
bullshit.
Paramount.
Well, then,
Yeah, they're a bunch of pussies, man.
Yeah, boycott Sony products altogether. Like, you know what? That's what they should do. It's like, I'm sorry, if you're going to be a big pussy, I mean, I know you're a global company, you're a conglomerate, but if you don't have the balls to stand here in America, and then the hell with you and all in the theaters too. It's just stupid.
Well, I think it was like AMC basically made a statement like, well, it would be irresponsible for us to show the movie now that we have a credible threat. But is it a credible threat? Like, is someone really going to carry on an attack nationwide
The credibility of it is just counted by
whatever.
I just don't like I depend on the Homeland Security, to make me feel secure about anything. But when they're basically telling you, hey, they're full of shit. I mean, realistically, there's no way they can do this effectively. I mean, okay, I don't want to eat fucking mud if this shit did happen. But realistically, it's just not.
Their lawyers and insurance companies got involved and was basically like, "There's no way you could show this movie."
But that's something we're gonna talk about tomorrow night. We're gonna get into a political discussion, political politics / not too political, but just like where we are today. And it's like shit like this. Nobody has a pair of balls in the company because there's so many facets to everything that you can get sued or this, that, and this what. That America's just such a fucking I'm a proud American, but dude, the society we live in today is so fucking apprehensive and precocious about everything. Like, oh, this could happen. There's so many variables. But the stupidest shit sells. Miley Cyrus can, like we were talking about earlier, can do all this stupid, retarded shit. And make a ass out of herself.
Dr. No said something in the chat real quick, and he said that he thinks it's one of the best marketing schemes ever, and my girlfriend said the same thing, right? And I would have thought the same thing, except this entire leak has hurt that company so bad, like, everyone's going to lose their job, the scripts are being leaked, like the Bond script, those emails about everyone's salary and women not getting paid, like, it's horrible.
Oh, don't forget about the Spider-Man.
Right, the Spider-Man fiasco, where they were literally thinking about making an Aunt May movie, like an entire movie about Aunt May.
And also, one other thing here too, I bring in while I can get a word in, is they also canceled production on Steve Carell's film. It's a comedy about North Korea.
Yeah.
They canceled production.
No, I mean, that tells you how much.
Yeah, I'm sure they're in a breach of contracts.
They got $40 million invested in this movie so far, and they're going to dump it. I mean, what other companies can take a $40 million dump in any given day, and it doesn't hurt them at all, realistically, because they got so much money coming in from all the other shit from their subsidiaries and sister companies that they got going. Because Sony, you got to remember, Sony's big into games and all that stuff too. All the video
it's
games.
not actually going to be $40 million. It's going to be closer to $100 million because they're going to have to pay penalties about not releasing the movie. Penalties to the crew, the cast.
Yeah, the royalties, the potential royalties and all that shit.
Yep.
But yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just completely ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, well, we can't do this because that's the way the society is today. We're breeding pussies. And the media is teaching people to be like that. Oh, you can't say that because you offend somebody. You can't do this because you offend somebody. You can't act like this because or something, or just potential to incite some kind of reaction. And it's like everybody's walking on eggshells all the fucking time in the media. I'm like, fuck that shit, man. That's the point. That's why people like Quentin Tarantino, when he makes a movie, and whether you like him or not, he makes the movie. He doesn't give a shit what anybody thinks. Like, fuck you. This is my movie. Same thing with Scorsese. That's why Scorsese never got a fucking Oscar because he's been been blackballed by the Oscars, which is a complete joke. The Academy Awards, it's a complete joke.
Yep.
I mean, they picked
Look at like
movies.
remember when they remade Red Dawn?
Yep.
Like a few years ago, they had to change in the middle of making the movie, they had to go back and rewrite the script and reshoot all the scenes that were Chinese because it was supposed to be a Chinese invasion, and make it and make
North
the
Korea.
invasion North Korean because they did not.
With-
Basically, they said government officials from China were saying like we don't like this. Like
Yeah.
we heard you're making a movie where we're invading your country. Like you're gonna. They put the pressure on and they folded. And then they did it to the North Koreans were always like a cheap substitute. Look at that movie about the White House. They just did. It wasn't even that bad. It was like Olympus Has Fallen.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Oh, yeah,
and that is
that's
also some sort of North Korean bad guys like take over the White House. You know what I mean? No one has a problem with that.
Well,
As soon as they make a movie about him having orgies and it's a big joke, and I don't know. And
Hey,
my
Ed,
other thing is, I doubt they could have done this by themselves. Like, China had to be involved, and this might have been just China's way of testing everything. Like, look what they can do to a company like Sony Pictures, Columbia Pictures, you know?
Yeah, North Korea hired outside help, and it's most likely the outside help they got was from China.
hey, Edge, Scorsese did win an Oscar for The Departed.
okay, well, finally, but after like 30 years of making
Oh
Oscar
yeah,
movies,
he was nominated. I don't know, like 10, 12 times, and yeah, just won the one time.
but it's just that way that attitude that we have to have of being like apologetic, right off the bat, because you're gonna offend somebody. You're making a movie. That's why I like those indie. That's why the indie circuit really grew. Making movies because like people are like, well, I don't need to worry about because we're low budget and we can just make whatever we want and it could be stupid, it could be incredible, but we don't have anybody telling us we can't make this movie. I mean, look at the Passion of Christ when that movie came out, and all the Jewish community was crazy pissed off, like, oh, you can't make this movie, because it's gonna bring up the whole thing that the whole issue with the Christ and Jews, and even though Christ was Jewish, and this and that, and what did it do? Nobody would produce it. Hollywood slammed it, but Mel Gibson was so big, he didn't need the money. He didn't need the people in Hollywood that they're mainly Jewish controlled to basically to bankroll this. I can do it on my own. I'm rich enough to do it, and that's what he did. And the whole controversy created the movie to become this spectacular, event that people were busing in, like kids from all over, and getting donations to get poor kids to watch the movie because they're that inspired by it, for whatever it's worth to the viewer. And it made it bigger than ever. That was like the biggest movie after Titanic, I remember.
What's that?
The Passion of Christ. Remember the movie about Jesus that Mel Gibson did?
Yeah, I never saw it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But that was like the second biggest selling movie after Titanic. Titanic was like blew like everybody out of the water.
Wow.
And that was it because all the controversy that the I forget what they're called, anti-Semitic groups that they had, they were calling it, this is offend the Jewish people and blah blah blah, and put it in a bad light. And it just perpetuated the movement larger for the Christians that were busing people in and trying to get people to donate money to take kids to watch it. And then we went through the roof. Luckily, I mean, I'm not projecting any politics I have behind it or any opinions, but that's Mel Gibson was able to take that standpoint, that stand, and the movie, was a huge success. Because of the objection to it that sparked a big interest in the movie. But he took a stand.
He might have done it just to rattle the cage anyway.
He's like that, when you got that kind of money, he's like that.
Sugar tit.
But he was it was a classic for some people. I'm not a real religious person, but a lot of people told me they it was real cool for them. So, Dr. No,
Stand by.
stand by.
Standing by.
Okay, so you're all actually buying this North Korea crap.
I was there. You ain't seen the pictures?
Saying, here's my conspiracy theory. I think this was China's way of testing some shit they got or whatever, and their little buddy North Korea might have been like, hey, we're mad they're putting out a movie, and they're like, okay, well, that's a perfect example. Watch us destroy a movie company. Like, watch us take down a major corporation.
I think
everyone who's running Sony right now, like, what's her name, Lisa Pascal or whatever, they're all going to lose their jobs. Like, they're all through. Like, from the racist comments about Obama to not paying women the same as they pay the men, and scripts being leaked, and inside information about how poor that studio is actually doing, like how they don't have a fucking clue about anything, like their summer blockbuster franchise, like Spider-Man, like they're literally going to make an Aunt May movie. Like, I think, because my girlfriend said the same thing, like, this is the most brilliant marketing plan for a movie ever. And that would be true if it was just about the movie, but all that inside, movie business stuff that leaked, that was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that the president of the company, everyone beneath her, like entire divisions, and they're going to lose entire franchises, like scripts being leaked, the new Bond movie, having to shut down production on movies. Would make it for a Seth Rogen movie. This is basically like Pineapple Express in Korea. Like, it's not such a big deal.
That's the point. Is this stuff's been all over Wall Street for months and months and months now because Sony's in such crap financial shape. And
that's true.
I agree with your girlfriend. This is a perfect marketing scheme because it's got to come out of the private financial, most people don't know about it sector. It's got to come into the public sector. You just said it, the little ding-dong ill there, whatever his name is, he's nothing but a hand puppet for the Chinese. There's no credibility behind any of this crap. This is the perfect way for the entertainment industry to commercialize all of the shit that did go on at Sony. I mean, this is absolutely purely marketing genius. You get a new boogeyman for the American people. You get to keep little Elvis, on center stage. Sony gets to run around now, because think about this. They can all claim that there's credible excuses why they did some of the crap that they did, because they were being blackmailed, they were being threatened. I'm telling you, you're right. This is a Seth Rogen movie. It's absolute genius.
Well, hold on. I want you to take this into account. His dad wasn't a computer guy. I mean, he's born that age of watching movies and older generation. Where, I mean, can you think? Because I mean, they're under complete dictator rule. When he was his dad Kim Jong-un was Kim Jong-il was in charge. You think anybody's gonna show him this video? Like the videos, all the shit videos you're talking about him. I obviously saw some of them, like the one that was made by the guys from South Park or whatever, but realistically, nobody would ever show him that video because they're like, you want to get fucking killed, and fucking, he was in a bubble. Now, the only thing I can think of this kid, he's a young man. He grew up, on computers, grew up probably, on, doing shit, and that's why he's personally taking offense to it, because he could actually, they can't hide it from him.
Who cares?
He can see. Well, I don't. I personally don't. But
no, I don't mean you personally. I mean, like, in the global scheme of things, who cares? They're not going to do anything. If they were to do anything, China would wipe them off the face of the map first.
Well, here, I'm actually surprised personally, because I've heard of the Australian hackers, being some of the best, some of the Russian hackers, even the Chinese. But to have such limited restrictions on output and input of media and social events, current events coming in, I'm surprised that they even had the talent to hack somebody like Sony.
The inside knowledge now from Department of Homeland Security is they were using admin stuff, so they might have. China had to be involved in some way, like either paying off some ex-employee or doing something to get in because they were using admin
these folks
stuff.
don't have the talent, because the talent when you have that kind of skill set, you don't hang out in a dictatorship country, and not you can leave, right? But you're not going to develop it there. You have to be around other people that are really bright-minded to teach you this kind of stuff and bring in the culture. That's what's really odd. That all these North Korean hackers just came out of nowhere and just fucking swept this one company. I mean, they had their shit locked down, but it got beat, obviously.
There is no such thing as a secure computer system, and at those levels, you're not talking about a bunch of kids jacked up on Mountain Dew and Cheetos in mom's basement. It's just that's the Hollywood crap. Don't say they don't have the talent. They can get all the talent they want from China. They can, at the military level. At the military level, Sony's nothing. It may as well be your laptop.
Yeah, but
Just remember, like a month ago, American, I don't know who it was, but maybe it was the Pentagon. Something leaked that we were going to the Chinese and like literally begging them to have a treaty with us that when they hack us and shut our country down, they'll leave the first responder service up. Did you hear about that? Like, just Google like first responder services China treaty, and this was like huge news, like because we're afraid of them shutting stuff down, and I guess we're assuming that's going to be what's going to happen when we're at war. That we kind of want some sort of treaty where it's like, please don't shut 911 down. Like, at least don't do that. You can shut our power grids down, and we can shut your power grids down, and we can go have a cyber war, but at least leave 911 up.
Look at the tinfoil hat stuff that came out with the, was it the Raptor? When the Raptor's oxygen systems were shutting down, and they were blaming it on the fact that the chips for the computers came from China, and that China put backdoors in the chips.
Well, the other thing is too. I mean, I hear that, but the other thing is that, for instance, if you're gonna write code, or you're gonna write these codes, you have to have obviously some scripts made to be able to crash the system once you get to where you want to be. I don't think Microsoft is writing an operating system for North Korea, so they're gonna obviously have to use either South Korea or Chinese, to be able to get that kind of input and to be able to do anything effectively. I don't think any OSs are being written for North Korea in their specific language, which their dialect is different from South Korea, from what I understand. So that's just some weird shit that's going on there. It doesn't really add up exactly.
So you're telling me that you can't get Microsoft Windows in North Korea?
You can, but you're not going to get in the specific dialect you're used to, or the language.
And hackers, generally speaking, don't use Microsoft Windows. They use Linux.
Yeah, we'll use Linux.
No, it's like pretty much undisputed. China has an entire elite hacker unit in this one city, and they're pretty fucking badass. So, and North Korea is pretty much like their stepson. So
Russia
I wouldn't say North Korea's. Yeah, I wouldn't say like North Korea's got some elite anything. I don't think they have elite anything. They do have the nuke though. That's undisputed. They have the nuclear weapons. So that's
also,
one thing.
Certain words in the English dialect do not translate to Chinese or any other language. So when you're dropping commands, it's gonna be something that you're gonna have some very smart people that know English, or can code in English or script.
I'm telling you, this is the best, one of the best marketing schemes ever. That movie's going to end up making more money and be shown more than Gone with the Wind.
I guess when it hits on demand, maybe.
I have a feeling the movie sucks balls.
Which is why they needed the extensive marketing thing amongst other stuff.
I would love to see people boycott every fucking movie theater chain that decided they weren't going to play it, and boycott Sony.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's ridiculous.
I was considering getting my son a PlayStation this year because he already has an Xbox One. I thought, well, he'd have all the gaming platforms. But no, I will not buy anything from Sony this year.
Nope, the message being sent out and the politics of it absolutely suck. But
Because if that movie would have come to theaters, I would go buy a ticket. I would not see the fucking movie because I'm sure it sucks. But I would buy a ticket and then walk into the Lord of the Rings a second time. But I would buy a ticket to that movie and go see something else. Just so it sold a ticket and just so I could say I was there at the theater.
Yeah, this the only conspiracy thing maybe is like this could be tinfoil hat to the point where, like, if you read their movie division is done. Like they were pretty much over with. They're so broke, and so they made such bad decisions that this could be like arson. Like, okay, let's just burn the whole house down, and now we can, But I don't even think so, because like I said before, I think this whole hack hurt them so bad that just to make a good marketing plan for this horrible Seth Rogen movie, to destroy that whole company like this, it's not a good play. And they're saying they're going to lose $200 million. And then even if they came out on pay-per-view and they charged, $19, for people to watch it at home, they're still going to lose money.
I mean, it was panned as a horrible movie, and you could tell by the trailers it was going to be a horrible movie. I'm not sure how What's-His-Face gets work. Not Seth Rogen. I like Seth Rogen. The other guy, Franco. I don't know how he gets work. He's horrible. But just the way they caved in, it's just, I don't know, maybe they're getting insurance. Maybe they'll get insurance now that they got hacked, because it was basically a bottom dollar decision. They could have secured their servers. They could have secured their stuff better, but they decided not to because it costs money. I mean, every expert, I'm not a computer expert by any means, but every one of them that was on CNN and Fox today was like, they could have prevented this if they had decided to take those steps, but they decided a long time ago that the risk didn't justify the cost, and they didn't do it.
And they already went through that stuff with their PlayStations being hacked.
I'm surprised that Anonymous hasn't reacted somehow or the other. Because Anonymous is some people think is they're good or bad. They've usually sided with liberty and having the ability to be able to do what you want. And this is obviously against that. Somebody's saying, well, if you do this, we're going to do that. Because of it's offending somebody. I'm surprised they haven't reacted.
Anonymous doesn't want to challenge another hacker group. They don't want to get hacked themselves.
Oh, those folks don't. Those North Koreans people, whoever did this shit, don't got shit on them.
Oh, I don't know. I was reading the thing today. They were talking about how much money that North Korea invested in cyber warfare stuff. They have actually, the three of the main experts that were on the panel tonight were saying that North Korea is probably ahead of every other industrialized nation except for China now in their cyber espionage abilities because of how much money they have pumped into it in the past 5 years.
I know there's all kinds of means of getting data now or some kind of data link via satellite and whatever, but you would think that people would that's another way to also keep them in the dark is to also refuse them the ability to have access to the internet somehow or the other.
You got to remember, Russia's putting satellites in orbit for anybody that'll pay the money, and North Korea could easily afford to put up their own satellites if someone else launched them for them. And Russia's putting satellites in orbit for anybody that'll pay the cash, and they don't tell nobody about who they're doing it for.
Yeah, but you could still restrict the IPs if you can find out where they're coming from. Companies could take steps to do that. Google, whatnot, Yahoo, and so on could obviously find out where these IPs are coming from and restrict them.
You have to remember there's a big cultural component to this too that's very different here. When it comes to technology, we're evolutionary. I mean, we've gone from soup cans and fishing line to copper to wireless to whatever. Our technology infrastructure is like way worse than most third world countries. When you get into some of these other countries that didn't evolve communications, but they got wireless thrust upon them. I mean, there are countries that have no copper infrastructure. The only communication they know is wireless. That's why the technology over there is so advanced and it matures so rapidly. It's not an evolutionary thing for them. They had this thrust upon them, and they are way more fluent and comfortable in a lot of these technologies that haven't even hit here yet on the commercial sector.
Well, hold on. Yes and no, because I knew this guy was from England, and I asked him because I always had this opinion of England being like very like fucking up to date, the latest shit, the latest stuff. And
No. I'm not talking about England here.
England is not. England is like us. It's corporate driven. They only do it when it's profit. There are nations in areas of the Asian continent that have huts that have high speed way faster than any place in America. There's places in Canada. Canada, hell, even is far advanced. Canada is about 10 years ahead of us, even in technology, as far as wireless and internet and everything. And in Japan, we talk now about how, like 3 years ago, remember it was a big time that you could sometimes FaceTime if you had high-speed internet on an Apple phone with another Apple phone.
Mm-hmm.
They've been doing video calls there for 12 years.
Japan's no longer that. No, Japan's a whole different animal altogether. I agree with you on that. They've had high def for 20 years.
Japan's not living in a bubble. Japan's getting their technology from other Asian countries too. So
go to Malaysia.
Technology is spread throughout the Asian continent.
Go to Malaysia. Go to Taiwan.
Yeah.
You have impressions of these backwoods thatch huts. You go and look at the infrastructures there, and they're like unbelievable. It's like the Jetsons. I mean, even parts of the Soviet Union that have split off. They, like I said, their infrastructures were completely destroyed. Okay, and so when it was time to rebuild them, it's not like they started all over again with soup cans and fishing line. I mean, they had the latest in technologies dropped in their lap on the residential, consumer, and commercial levels. That's not even anywhere close to being here yet, and that's everyday life for them.
I agree with some
being excited about the 1K lines coming to Portland. Like, oh my God, it'd be like the space age having these 1K lines. These we call them the gigahertz internet.
Google Fiber.
In existence for years in other countries that we would consider third world countries.
No, I agree. It's some of that's available, but only to certain. It's not like
some. It's not. You're making it sound like like every great once in a while, like 1 out of 1,000 countries over there will have something. No, the ones over there that have like people still getting eaten by fucking baboons every day have better high-speed internet than we do.
That's why the pictures of the baboons are so crisp and clear.
Exactly. It's like that episode of Top Gear when they were in Africa, and they're in the middle of fucking nowhere, it seems like, sleeping on a mat on the ground practically, and Jeremy Clarkson makes the comment, but I've got high-speed internet on my phone. And it's like, that's common over there.
Well, no, I agree. They've invested heavily in wireless and some other stuff that's out there. But as far as like one of the biggest things that's hidden in the States here is Google Fiber, and you get Google Fiber hookup. It's like the new T3 back in the old day, and that you can get your shit's running fucking pristine.
It's still outdated technology that's being forced on us at a premium cost when everyone else has it for pennies.
I agree with the cost, but the technology would be outdated, and I'm not completely up to date.
Let me just say this: if you went to Japan right now and tried to sell that,
Japan's a whole different animal.
They would laugh at you. If you went to South Korea right now, tried to sell that Google shit, they would laugh at you because it is behind the times.
How can it be behind the times if Google's the ones giving it to them?
Because they're giving it to us. They're giving us their leftovers that we will buy on a corporate level for an exaggerated price because we think that's what the market is.
I ever heard that.
All you've got to do is pick up a copy of Technology Magazine or Wired or any of those magazines. Just read their national report stuff, and they rank the countries by ratings for technological advancements. And as far as industrialized nations go, us and Britain and countries like us, we are like, I think the last one I saw, we were like 70th on the list of, being advanced for internet and wireless and all that crap. So that's 60 or 70 nations ahead of us, and they're not first world nations; they're all third world nations.
I'll tell you, I haven't done anything. I haven't been looking into specifically, getting stats or anything. But I don't see that. I run this equipment all the time and see.
Do it here in America. What are you doing
Yes.
over in Japan and in
Well,
Zimbabwe?
Japan's always been ahead of the curve on
No,
anybody.
it's not really. Japan is not that ahead of the curve. People in Japan can go to other countries in that area, and they are still on a par level technologically. They are set up to support Japan's structure. It's not like Japan is this little island floating. Well, it is an island, but it's not like it's a technological island in the middle of an oasis of of manual typewriters and everything else. It's pretty much on level with the surrounding countries. It's mainly the European nations, and we are considered a European white nation. It's us that are dropping the ball because we're allowing it to be fed to us in an incremental stage. Let's say if they make an advancement that's 10 times better than what they had yesterday, well, they don't sell you that 10 times better thing tomorrow. Tomorrow they sell you the one that's 20% better, and then the next week they sell you the one that's 40% better, and then they work their way up towards 1,000% better, and they sell it to you in increments at a premium price every time until you finally catch up to that technology they developed. But by then they've already developed better technology, and we're allowing ourselves to be slow-fed this stuff at a premium price when other nations don't work that way.
Well, I haven't done any research. I'll look into it personally and see what I can find out about that, because I mean I'm not trying to boost the whole America's the best thing, as far as technology.
I just looked up the average Asian internet speeds. It's pretty easy to look up. Their average internet speeds are like 10 and 20 times faster than ours.
What are they pulling on downloads?
Oh, hold on, let me go back to it. I just went away from it. Their average up is in the hundreds. I get like 12.
Yeah, I get like 3.
Yeah.
Yes, they can actually, like South Korea, I'll give you an example. They can actually download a full-length movie in HD in a second.
Yeah.
Well, I never really looked into it realistically that much, but I'm just I've known of hackers the best in the past were out of Australia originally back in the modem days, and Russians I understand were taking a good crack at it, and Chinese, the North Koreans never even saw on the map, but obviously because they're in the shadows too.
Hey, you can be a tits up ace with a Sopwith camel. Okay, you could be the best there is. Okay, and you can take a 12-year-old kid and stick him in an F-15.
I'm looking at a Japanese cell phone plan right here. Here's a Japanese cell phone plan. Download 66.6 megabytes per second. Upload 38 megabytes per second. That's a cell phone plan. That's way better than my home plan.
Yeah. Well, I remember the days when people used to talk shit in the 80s as Japanese made crap. And then it come 1990, I said, well, it's Japanese, that's good. It's not Taiwan, or it's not made in Malaysia or whatever, Thailand and so on. And I was like, that's where the crap's right now. Japanese also became, a staple in electronics, that solid stuff. Sony or Nakamichi and so on.
Japan's always had the same problem. They're good. They're good for reverse engineering. They're good for engineering in general and understanding. They're a little bit rigid when it comes to innovation. But what always crippled them is that they just don't have a continent with the resources conducive to actual construction of anything. So whereas from the very first days of Toyota, when Toyota was Southeast Toyota distributorships and all that stuff, you have all these cars coming in. They have great engineering. Their biggest problems was always the same thing. Japanese steel was horrible. Okay, that's why the cars used to rust apart, and because of their cultural thing, they wouldn't go to outside sources of trade. They wouldn't go to outside production. Okay, once Japanese metallurgy and importation of steel changed, that was what revolutionized the structure of the Japanese car, as far as what it became. Okay, now if you look at them in in the scope of the automotive industry, their corporate models have become so westernized that they're running into the same issues that basically any other big global corporations is running into. So there's goods and bads to anything, but the fact of the matter is, you get into that situation where you're dealing with cultures that just aren't evolved the same way, and you have a mental image of what goes on, and like Yankee said, I mean, we get the hand-me-downs of technology and we're fed it like it's the latest and greatest thing. And if you look at the innovation that happens here, which I'm not saying we don't have innovation, but it's all widgets. Okay, it's all amusement trinkets. It's all like diversionary stuff. When you look at hardcore industry, go to Southeast Asia, go to countries like Malaysia. When I was involved with Petronas and their development of motorcycles and stuff like that, and you look at the technology that these companies have, it's just like absolutely incredible. It's like, we don't have this stuff, and it's just like I said, it's just everyday consumer life to them.
I mean, could it be America's infrastructure? For the most part, it's pretty old, like Chicago, and the God knows when they built that. And New York's old, and look how long we were pressing and pushing the telephone wire. Like, look what DSL and all. Like, by then they were probably like, hey, let's put fiber optics in buildings. Like, look at these idiots still dealing with telephone.
Think about it. If you look at Saudi Arabia. They build these islands from scratch in the water, okay, which the engineering and the technology exists, obviously, because they do it all the time. Now look at Manhattan. You have a completely different thing where Manhattan's got underground rivers and wooden pipes, because think about what would happen if you suddenly decided that you needed to upgrade the underground of the island of Manhattan, okay, to displace 7 to 9 million people. I don't even know what the current population is there, but think about what you would need to do, simply because it's evolutionary. Okay, it's like that was the technology back then, and we built upon it, and we built upon it, and we built upon it. The last time they tried to pave the West Side Drive, I remember 5 years of my life being turned upside down.
Well, I was going to say like tooling or anything else that comes out. When people talk about if we have to retool, it's going to cost us a fortune. It's the same thing with server upgrades. That's why when they do that, that's why fucking Sun Systems is still so heavily involved in SQL servers and all kinds of shit they're doing, is that you can to justify the cost of it. It takes a long time for them to push it to finally catch up to get up to date, because it's so expensive unless you're cutting edge where you have to have it. Like some.
You also got to remember that we suffer from the corporate-driven mentality that it's like look at Ma Bell back in the 80s and 90s, late 80s, still charging for long-distance service long after the technology had evolved way beyond it mattering whether you called next door or 1,000 miles away. And they held back the technology because they still wanted to charge for long-distance service. And now you have cable companies and internet providers holding back technology because when you evolve, you often evolve beyond them, and they want to maintain control and profit. That's a thing we face very hard in this country. When you're in a country like, let's say, South Korea, where they take governmental control of that kind of thing, they say it's a a communal thing, so the people should control it, so they take governmental control of it, it advances much faster than ours do because it isn't profit-driven and it isn't control-driven.
And especially the profit-driven model, because to wipe the slate clean and start anew, like I said, the logistics of it and the expense of it is monumental. So why do that when you can take baby steps and make a fortune with every little tiny step you take? The only thing you have to do is market the progress and not necessarily the goal.
Yeah, and they know that 99% of their customers are never going to step outside the borders of the United States, so they don't care. And plus, like you said with the profit-driven, like in, say, somewhere like South Korea, they'll say, oh, if we upgrade this entire infrastructure within 8 years, not only will we have the top-of-the-line infrastructure, but we'll break even in 8 years. Well, in America, you're never going to sell something to break even on in 8 years. They have to be making a huge profit every year for that 8 years.
Right.
Well, look at Samsung, how that's South Korean, so there must be profit in something. I mean, they're a huge corporation. They make some of the best gear out here now.
They make the vast majority of their money on the U.S. market. U.S. and European market. If you look at like Samsung, because I have an LG phone, and LG and Samsung are always fighting it out. The Korean company and the Japanese companies are always fighting it out. And if you start like researching their phones and you start looking at their markets, they sell a lot of phones in country, of course, but their by far biggest profit margins are their European market and their American market.
I mean, well, look at the population in country. It's got to be tiny.
Yeah, well, they also, basically have the market on the best, LED, LCD screens.
Yep.
Yeah, they basically supply all the other manufacturers. I mean, I think there's only
when people start talking about which TV has a better picture. I'm like, they all got the same fucking screen. What are you talking about? The ones that they'll be talking about.
Yeah, they all have the same screen. The only thing that's different is just like the computer chips.
A lot of them, even the chips and stuff, aren't even different. They just put different casings on them.
Yeah, but just because, like, I read that and I bought my mom a Vizio like 10 years ago because I read Vizio made the LED or LCD screens at that time for all the big companies like Sony, Vizio was making the OEM LCD screen. That TV like self-destructed in like 8 months. So just because, I don't know. I'm just trying to say, like, just because they might make the best screens, they all do have the best. They might all have the same screen, but the inside is different.
Yeah, if you buy the cheap model like the Vizio, you're getting a cost cut from something because they're cutting out on the internals. Like if you buy a TV set from Walmart, let's say you go to Walmart and you buy an LG TV, which I've run into this problem before, and you have a problem with it, and you call LG, and they'll be like, well, where'd you get it? And you're like, well, what's the matter? And you're like, well, if you got it from Sears, it's one TV. If you got it from Walmart, even though it's the same model number, it's a different television.
Yeah, and the one that are like Walmart are like made in Mexico.
Yeah, it's like when I had problems with Fruit Loops, and I called the Fruit Loop company, and I found out the Fruit Loops that you buy at Walmart aren't shipped by them. They're shipped by a subsidiary company that buys their name to ship them to Walmart.
Well, the most common issue with TVs are the power supplies that fail within 1 year. And,
when you get into manufacturing, there's always a consideration that people don't see is there are different tiers of quality, and you can if you're buying anything, you can buy premium grade, you could buy good, you can buy this, you can buy that. So, part of it is the tooling and the facilities to be able to manufacture things. The second thing is what's the quality of components that you're using to put it together. And then the third thing is what's the relative skill set that you're using to put it together. So you can, whether it's Fruit Loops or big screen TVs, you can have products that are all identical and appear identical and look identical, but there's, severely different qualities. And once again, in the car business, there's relatively few companies now that actually produce rolling chassis. Okay, so there's all this cooperation between the global manufacturers, Toyota, Renault, Ford, everything. There are companies out there that you buy a platform, and you're buying a platform from basically one of 5 corporations, and then you're taking that platform and you're turning it into maybe a Cadillac, you're turning it maybe into a Chevy, you're turning it maybe into a Toyota. Okay, the underlying platform are identical. The relative quality of those components can vary wildly.
Yep, I've
Kind
taken
of like back when I
apart.
bought a Ford and I went to buy a part. We had an alternator issue with one of our Fords, and we went in to buy the parts for it. And the guy was looking at the parts, and I'm like, "This says Mazda." And he's like, "Oh yeah, we don't carry the Ford one. The Ford one's more expensive, so we carry the Mazda part."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, "Well, it's
I've
a
taken
Ford car.
apart plenty
Yeah,
of
same car."
the flat screen televisions, and you can definitely tell when you take those apart which ones are the better models and which ones are the worst without looking at them just by the components inside.
At one point,
cheaper
didn't
ones,
Ford own Mazda, right?
They own 40% of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by saying the cheaper ones are mostly steel. The better, steel and aluminum. Talking about, like wiring's aluminum, and they don't have the gold chips in them. They're normally silver. Or the more expensive, the better quality televisions. All of a sudden it changes to copper and more heat sinks and just a whole bunch of better materials inside those televisions. It's the reason why they last a lot longer.
So we're all in agreement that Sony was wrong for pulling this fucking movie and looks bad and it makes everything look bad, like our country looks pussy.
I mean, I can't believe they just caved to that threat. I think they knew already the movie's going to lose a lot of money, and I think that maybe they'll make more on insurance by claiming a loss than they would releasing the movie. But still, they got themselves in hot water politically, if you ask me.
I think they're completely losers for doing it, but I think this is a very intricate plan that's got some sort of end that we're going to see unfold. I don't think this is just them caving. I think this is a very detailed strategy to mop up a lot of the mess that they've been in for pretty much over a year now.
Oh yeah, a couple of years. And I think they were almost on the verge of bankruptcy, the movie division anyway, for like the last 2 or 3 years.
And you also got to remember that the American movie market, we're the big market in most things. If it's consumable, if you can throw it away, you can wear it, we're the big consumer market. But as far as movies go, we are the small part of the market. We don't make most of the movie profit. Movie profits make their money overseas mostly, DVDs and overseas. And the Asian market had already said it was not going to release this movie, so they knew already off the top about 60% of their revenue was gone.
Yep.
I mean, those leaked emails where they were discussing an Aunt May movie, like a standalone Aunt May Spider-Man movie.
I never heard that, but it just cracks me up.
I mean, it's rock bottom. Like you are done.
Was it like a porn movie, the early days of Aunt May?
Like maybe she was a cool spy or something.
I love when you sit and watch a movie or a TV show and you really just have to sit there, and I have to sit all the time and shake my head and go, someone got paid to write this, and then someone got paid to look at it and go, yeah, we should turn this into a TV show or a movie, and it made it through several stages to end up like this.
I mean, all those emails. They were trying to they were going back and forth with Marvel on how to give back Spider-Man after the flop of this summer, and then the emails, we're having a Spider-Man summit.
Yeah, Andrew Garfield. Let's hire this skinny, stupid-looking English guy to play Spider-Man and hope everyone buys it.
Yeah,
it's basically, if you look at the last Spider-Man movie, it was a remake of Batman Forever, the worst Batman. Arnold Schwarzenegger was Mr. Freeze, and Jim Carrey was the Riddler. That was pretty much this last Spider-Man movie.
That was the death of that series of Batman.
Yep. And it's the death of this because they're already the leaking of those emails are. It was basically Marvel is going to get Spider-Man back. It's going to have to happen.
Yeah, but they still haven't agreed if they're going to give up. Garfield's got to play him, which I think is going to be horrible. And I hope
even today there were more leaks that
they're going to give up what? What'd you say? They're giving up what?
Sony is not willing to give up having Garfield play Spider-Man.
No, but Marvel's already said that they will not do it with him.
Yes.
Yeah, they said today. The leaked emails from today were that that Iron Man is going to give Spider-Man a new outfit in, I guess it's Civil War, Captain America 3 Civil
which
War.
happens. He gets that Iron Spider costume. So
Right, and they're not going to deal with anything from previous movies. And then he'll be in Captain America 3, Avengers, Infinity War, both of those, and have 2 standalone movies. So they were really in serious talks on doing this because that's how bad Sony has ruined that franchise, which was their bread and butter for what, 20 years? Well,
Yes.
maybe less, like 15 years.
Yeah, Spider-Man can basically go into any of the Marvel universes, basically. It can be in Fantastic Four or X-Men. He's done that. They've done that throughout the years in the comic books. It's Marvel's superhero, kind of like DC was Superman. Marvel's Spider-Man.
Plus, if you read the best of those leaked emails were the emails about Angelina Jolie was apparently making like a $500 million bomb Cleopatra movie where she was Cleopatra and wanted David Fincher to direct it, and like this entire email leak of like them calling her wicked names, and like I can't imagine that that movie's not going forward. But in those emails, like producers were saying like this is going to be the biggest flop in history. You know what I mean? Like the Angelina Jolie Cleopatra movie. And you're just going to let her ruin your company because of her ego and stuff. And that's why I just don't think it was all about this one movie, because those email leaks were so fucking horrible. Like, I can't imagine anyone keeping their job after this, and that company even... I can see bankruptcy in their future. So if bankruptcy was going to happen in anyway, maybe this was like a great excuse, Someone on the inside was like leaking passwords, apparently. Because that's what they said, like, this attack was started from they had to have some sort of inside information.
Yeah, and we should give a second here and welcome Sean and Eric in. Long time no see, guys.
Howdy.
Hey, guys, how y'all been?
Just peachy. To quote Weird Al Yankovic, there we go.
Yeah, I can still have guns, that's pretty cool.
We're talking about the Sony
Florida for too long.
Yeah, I just can't believe I don't know what studio is making the Steve Carell comedy about North Korea either, but them caving in. It's just horrible.
Yeah, my wife and I were discussing today that we want to buy anything that North Korea wants to shut down. We want to buy it on video on DVD as soon as it comes out, just to make a friggin' point.
And you know what's funny? When they started with the threats, I was thinking, you know what? I'm gonna try. I wasn't gonna go see the movie. I really wasn't. But I was gonna try, like what Yankee said. I was gonna at least go buy a ticket. Just to spit in their face.
There was no way I'd go to the theater to see a movie with Seth Rogen. I'm just, I like his stuff, but it's just not a theater kind of movie to me.
Yeah, it's TV.
But for, to piss off Kim Jong-un, why the hell not?
Yeah, I rarely go out to the theaters, but when I heard about this threat, I'm like, hell, I'm going.
Yeah, it's such a bad thing. Like certain people are saying, like, this is the first victory of a cyber war, cyber warfare, huge victory for the bad guys. And if it was the Chinese behind it, it's just a huge victory. What's next?
Well, I can just say that the promotional posters, I hope the theater employees that took them down kept them, and then they can sell them. They'll be a collector's item.
So basically, the North Koreans have learned that they can capitalize on the pacification of America.
Yep. Pretty much.
Well, guys, if y'all have beat this horse enough, I don't know. I just got on. What's everybody's take on the whole thing with our president wanting to normalize relations with Cuba?
And we don't even get cigars, man. Like, It's not. There's not a cigar in it for us.
Cigar market back up. That's a good reason right there to me.
But it's everything but cigars. It's like people can go and come back, and I don't know what the hell they're going to do. But I read like don't expect cigars anytime soon.
No, honestly, I had not thought about that angle of it. But are you telling me that we're going to allow travel but no cigars?
Well, we
That's
just
also
can't
the first
import
thing
them
I thought of.
as a country. We can't import the cigars. It doesn't mean you can't legally possess them in this country.
Actually, it does.
No, it is contraband. There are people who do it anyway, but it is sketchy and could catch you bad problems.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never known anybody to bring cigars back from Cuba.
There's a guy on YouTube. I love this guy's channel. It's like Cigar Channel, and I private messaged him like, dude, are you in Canada or something? And he was like, nope. And I'm like, wow, you're fucking bold, man. Like, you know, if you're not in Canada and you've got that collection, he's really bold because it's nothing but Cuban. So very cool.
Well,
I don't know how he gets them, but whatever.
Aficionado. I rarely smoke a cigar, so many
years ago, the customs guys at a small airport relieved some people who flew in on a private jet with some Cuban cigars from Europe, and I was forced to assist them with destroying those cigars by burning.
One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, the customs officials and I and a few other people that worked around the airport, we made sure that those Cubans were properly destroyed by burning.
Yeah. Well, I heard that Cubans aren't the best, though.
You heard wrong.
I was going to say they're right at the top.
It's like anything. It depends on what you like.
Whoever said that has not had a real Cuban. I didn't think I liked them because I got a BS, wasn't legit, and tried it one time. First time I got a real one and knew that really was what it was, oh my gosh, you could tell the difference.
Yep.
If you like a really mild cigar, a Cuban's really not what I'm normally going to recommend.
Yeah, it's not for you.
Yeah, and they make some, it's like beer. It's like saying, oh, I don't like American beer. Well, there's 14,000 types of American beer. There's 14,000 types of German beer. It's just which type do you like? But I haven't had a Cuban cigar that was really a very mild cigar. They all have a bit of kick to them.
That's the point, isn't it?
Me personally, I like one that is a symphonious assault on the senses.
I can believe that. I was only ever fortunate enough to have one time in my life, but it was at the same time the guy that handed that to me also handed me a glass with some Louis Trey in it. So it was win-win all the way around.
Pairing made in paradise.
Yeah, there was definitely an orchestra happening.
Yeah, when I was stationed in Europe, I smoked a lot of Cuban cigars. When I was in Bosnia, actually, me and a couple of Air Force pilots and a couple of Navy pilots wound up using the inter-office, the inter-camp shipping packages where they message stuff to trade cigars all the time. So I'd get somebody go on, leave and be gone for a few weeks and go to Spain or something. I'd give them a few $100s to bring me back a bunch of Cubans. And me and these pilots that I somehow got hooked up with as a enlisted infantryman wound up trading cigars throughout the whole thing. So yeah, we'd always have some Dominican and Honduran and things like that. And I got a stash of good Cubans in, so I sent them to those guys, and then a few months later, when I was about out, they started sending me Cubans, so it worked out really well.
Yeah, that doesn't sound any part of a bad thing.
And especially in a place like that, where it's like itty bitty simple pleasures kind of mean something.
Definitely agree with you on that.
Well, I don't think anybody's really talking about the Cuban stuff a whole lot. At least that I've heard.
Yeah, well, obviously here in Florida, there's a lot of backlash from the Cuban expat community.
But the younger ones are supporting it too.
Did you say the young ones?
A lot of the younger ones are supporting it. A lot of the younger ones have been asking for it for years.
I had heard that today, was that it was the older ones that had to live through all the super craziness were the ones that were like, absolutely fucking not. And the young ones were like, well, what the fuck?
Well, you know, I rarely agree with our president on anything. But I got and my wife actually questioned his motive behind it, and she's probably right about that. But he made the comment that 50 years of doing what we've been doing for 50 years hasn't worked. Maybe it's time to try something different. And I kind of feel like he's got a point there. I mean, cutting them off hadn't worked. Why not try a little McDonald's diplomacy?
There you go.
Yeah, give the Cuban population a little taste of commercialism.
The problem is if the Cuban government continues not to allow for free market influences, which they really haven't. I mean, they've loosened up just ever so slightly to allow things like, farmers to actually produce for some profit so they can make more than $6 a month. I mean, physicians there, and by all accounts, Cuba has some very well-trained, good, world-class doctors. They make about $16 a month.
Wow.
Which makes them super rich in Cuba.
Well, you don't need much money when the government gives you your rations for your food and gives you your apartment, and it is the communist model, more well executed than anyone's ever been able to do it because, well, it's an island.
In a tiny country in the middle of the ocean.
I can relate to that.
And their communist success story is a bunch of people living in poverty.
Yeah, making bricks out of asbestos.
Instead of having a middle class, they have two classes, an upper class and no class.
I was just going to make the joke, just because you went to school doesn't mean that you have class. Okay, so it's a bad joke.
I was in Chicago one time at a friend's wedding, and I ordered a rum and coke and asked the guy if he'd throw a lime in it, not realizing the guy was Cuban. And he says, "You know what that drink is called?" And I said, "Yeah, it's a Cuba Libre." He goes, "You know the other way to make one of those?" I said, "No." He goes, "You kill that bastard Fidel."
Yeah, no doubt. He is serious.
I like it.
So did y'all follow the baiting trial in up there in Missoula?
I just saw it today on TV.
We were talking about that a little bit earlier. He's toast, pretty much, right?
He's convicted, right? Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, they convicted him. Yeah, I gotta tell you, it's kind of funny though. You see all these things where the cops leave a bicycle that they make sure qualifies for a felony amount leaning up against the side of a convenience store in a high crime neighborhood, and wait on somebody to steal it, and then beat the hell out of it.
One of the most popular shows on television used to be Trap Car. Yeah, Bait Car.
Bait Car, yeah.
So you see that, and then so the entire the allegation in this case is that the prosecutor's main case was, well, the guy left his garage open intentionally and left a purse sitting in plain sight of somebody walking down the sidewalk, hoping to entice them to come into his garage and commit a crime, and therefore that makes him a bad guy.
Well, then that shows premeditation, right?
I think where he screwed himself the most, though, was going to get a haircut and telling
Yeah, that was pretty
telling
bad.
the person, "Oh yeah, you're going to see me on TV because I'm going to shoot somebody."
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Although, isn't that he said, she said? Like, how do we know he really said that?
One of the evidentiary rules about hearsay is so hearsay is any statement made by a person outside of court. That's hearsay. One of the common exceptions to hearsay that's well accepted is any statement made by a party to the case.
So if it would have been somebody else talking about it, it would have been hearsay, but since he was the one saying it, it was admissible.
Right, if somebody had said, I heard him say, well, let me rephrase. If the hairdresser had said, well, my client told me he said X, Y, and Z, and that he was going to shoot that SOB, that's hearsay. When the person...
Eric, is it weird that I was about to that I was about to say objection as to form?
When the person says, I heard him say he was going to shoot somebody, now you got an exception to the hearsay rule. But translation for that, guys, anything you tell your wife if you ever get divorced and she wants to repeat it to the judge, it's not hearsay, it's an exception to hearsay.
But what if she's lying? I guess that's up to you.
Doesn't matter whether she's lying or not.
Well, the other thing is...
then you have to impeach. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Now,
I think it was poor judgment all around.
With hearsay in our case against the University of Florida, that's still going to be playing out in the appellate court, so I'm not going to go too much into it. But they ruled that the person who I was on the phone with, their testimony, their affidavit was acceptable. However, my affidavit about the same phone call was hearsay.
Actually, Sean, they ruled that your affidavit about what you read in the evidence was hearsay. I mean, what you read in their own rules and regulations was hearsay.
That's even more ridiculous.
Yeah, which was attached to the affidavit. But that's,
yeah, we're going to have. I don't think it's going to take you long to take care of it at the appellate level, is it, Eric?
No. That one's going to be a pretty...
We are looking forward to that case. We did just have to file a 30-day extension in the case against UF. Are you guys all familiar with the case that we filed against them?
No.
Okay, so the basis of the case is they have violated Florida law on two fronts. One is that they have additional restrictions on the right of a student to have a gun lawfully stored in their vehicle when parked on campus, which we already won one case on.
12 to 3.
In Florida, you can have a gun in your car when you're on campus, with certain restrictions on how it's stored. The second portion is that we're making a constitutional challenge under the Florida Constitution, the Florida right to bear arms, which is read just like the Second Amendment, to allow for possession of a firearm inside your home, even if that home is university-owned housing. So, of course, the media's picked up on it as being the dorm room case, allowing guns in the dorms. Well, that's part of it.
Ouch.
So
if I was in school and lived in a dorm, I'd like one.
The lower court judge dismissed the case on us, and I never expect to win at the lower court, and we're into the appellate court now. we had to file an extension on the brief because, well, we're getting into the legislative session and a lot of other court cases and everything going on, plus the holidays. So we'll be filing the initial brief on that by January 15th.
I have a question for you guys. It's sort of relevant, I guess. What do you think of the our new Surgeon General? Because there's a thing in the news this past week about how New York State, under their SAFE Act, identified, I think, 273 people based on their medical and mental health records as unqualified to possess firearms.
Let me tell you what New York, Pennsylvania, and I want to say there's a couple other states, but I don't have clear evidence on them yet. But what New York and Pennsylvania have been doing is they've been going back 20 and 30 years. This is all since Newtown, but they've been going back 20 and 30 years and taking people who were never adjudicated mentally defective. One case is in one situation, we've got a guy who was a Gulf War vet, so 91, 92 time frame, who came back, had a little PTSD episode, was taken for an evaluation, was determined not to be a danger to himself or anybody else, has gotten treatment, and has for the past 15, 20 years approximately, has had a Florida concealed weapons license, because shortly thereafter he moved to Florida. So for the past 20 years he's had a Florida concealed weapons license, has bought gun after gun after gun, but all of a sudden Pennsylvania got around to going back and going through their old records and not just adding on people who had been adjudicated as mentally defective, but adding on to the NICS list anybody who had even been evaluated for the potential of being a danger to themselves and putting them on the prohibited list with the feds.
So you think there's going to be an expansion of that now based on the fact that this guy considers, and he is an active lobbyist, it's more than just a philosophical point with this guy, that he considers the quote-unquote firearms problem to be a public health issue?
Well, several years ago, Congress passed, as part of another bill, a prohibition on the Centers for Disease Control doing any research or offering any evidence, basically, that the use of firearms is a public health crisis. So there's at least arguably already a legislative prohibition on the executive use of money for purposes of arguing this whole public health crisis. Now, that doesn't mean Surgeon General can't get up there and use the bully pulpit for it, but I don't think he's going to be able to spend any money on it.
He's got Bloomberg for that.
Well, hey. Look, one of the proudest things in my life to date is that Michael Bloomberg has had to hire and pay for attorneys to come fight Florida Carry in against the city of Tallahassee. And that just makes me proud as anything I ever did. Making Michael Bloomberg spend money to fight me just makes me happy as I can be.
Well, if we ever meet, I'll buy you a cigar.
No, we got a notice a few weeks ago. We're suing the city of Tallahassee for violating our preemption statute down here, and they had a couple of attorneys filed to come in what's called pro hac vice, which is a method for out-of-state attorneys to come in and practice in Florida temporarily just for one case. And we got to researching the attorneys and discovered that the attorneys that were coming in to assist the city of Tallahassee were actually work for the same firm that represents Everytown, Moms Demanding Action, Mage, whoever else. So it's attorney partners from the same firm coming in to help represent Tallahassee, and the city attorney kind of let slip that they were doing it pro bono for the city, which tells me they got paid by Bloomberg.
How are you guys preparing for the Everytown attack on your state after their big major win in
You talking about
Washington?
594 they passed in Washington State?
Yeah, I went on their website, and it's the entire front page. Besides
We know
several different women crying, that was a huge thing on it.
we know they're headed this way.
The Bloomberg groups, in conjunction with the League of Women Voters, we have a kind of resurgent League of Women Voters when it comes to attacking gun rights right now. So that's concerning.
Didn't they organize like to do voluntary searches or inspections of gun stores or something in Florida?
What they did, they went around auditing gun stores in Florida. They called it auditing, which is they sent someone in to look around and see if there was this particular statutory required sign at every point of checkout in the store. Now, what's interesting is, if you've ever bought a gun, how often did you actually sit there and do your paperwork and hand them your card at the point of checkout? You usually do it standing there at the counter or sitting in a chair somewhere, and then they go over to the cash register and do whatever and then bring it back to you. Well, since they didn't see these signs everywhere that you could possibly fill out your paperwork, they freaked out. All these gun owners or all these gun dealers are violating the law. And the law is that you have some big old sign that says, don't leave your guns laying around children.
Well, what I think we should do is we should pool all our money together and we should franchise a chain of strip clubs called Mom Demands Action. And all the costumes will be gun-related themes, and you get free admission if you're a CHL carrier. Yes, it can be a firearms culture related strip club called Mom's Demand Action. And
I think I said this. I think
we could use
I have
that
a copyright. I thought it was Dad's Demand Action. It's men who've been married for more than 10 years, and their wife constantly has a headache.
No, well, we can do the Dad's Demand Action thing too, because we want to get more women into the firearms culture, and it's not like the Chippendales are starving. Bloomberg's got his backing, and we can do the Sopranos bada bing backing. Who cares where the money comes from?
I mean, do you guys know what state is really next on their hit list? Because
I would bet New Mexico and us.
New Mexico and then Florida. Nice. Wow.
You got to understand, Florida has
New Mexico's absolutely the top priority for them. Look, it's kind of a swing state. It bounces back and forth, red and blue. A little bit lower populace. They've got a low bar to adding constitutional amendments. Florida's going to be a tougher nut for them to crack. We're talking about, depending on which current count on the population you believe, the third or fourth largest by populous state. We also require a 60% or better vote on a constitutional amendment.
We're roughly 20 million people in Florida. We're about to surpass New York State.
Yeah, and a couple of polls are saying that we beat them here in the last 30 days. Yeah. It's going back and forth right now whether or not we just surpassed them.
So we got a lot of people by requiring a 60% vote to pass any constitutional amendment. It's going to make it a little tougher than they were in Washington State. But at that point, it's really going to come down to voter turnout and how committed are our certain voters going to be. They're not. There's a lot of voters that are not going to come out to the polls to pass a 594 type initiative. but give them the right presidential or congressional candidate, they might come out and, hey, while they're there, let's vote in favor of universal background checks.
So why wouldn't they just wait till 2016? I guess that's what they're going to do, right?
Well, that's where they're at right now. We're not going to have another major election until 2016.
Yep.
Have either of you guys seen any of the articles published in the last couple of days about the law enforcement and sheriffs not being willing to enforce 594?
That may be happening in Washington State. I can tell you most of the ones I've got experience with here would not hesitate to enforce it. They're just doing their job.
And they're going to enforce it here they'll enforce it in Washington too. If you get caught in a parking lot selling a gun without a background check, you're going to jail.
Yeah, they'll just be following orders around here, you know.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask. Is I put little, especially after what happened in New York, I put little faith in statements like that when it comes down to. It may sound nice in the papers, but when it comes down to the politics, you know, how willing are these guys going to be?
Well, and plus they still want to get their MRAPs and their M4s and everything else, so they're going to do what they're told by their governor. And
look, there's some sheriffs in Colorado who, you know, they say something like this. I absolutely believe them because I've met the guys and looked them in the eye. Here in Florida, we've got a couple of actually pro-gun sheriffs, but they are scared to death for many good reasons of the Florida Sheriff's Association, and that association is decidedly anti-gun.
Well, I remember back, what was it, last year in Maryland? I mean, the governor, they passed legislation that's, you know, significantly restricted the authority of the sheriff's department over political clashes, and one was pro-gun, one was anti-gun.
Yeah, if I still lived in New York, I wouldn't be doing anything on the word of some sheriff or, you know, in upstate New York somewhere, because.
Hey, dude, you'd be a felon. You own more than 3 guns.
Yeah, right. For the lifetime, isn't it a lifetime limit?
Even New York, it depends on what part of the state.
I don't think that's the only reason he'd be
There are very pro-gun and, you know, more politically conservative areas of New York. Hell, there are parts of New York where you can get where you can just walk in, get your concealed carry license, and they put an endorsement on it saying you can open carry too.
Yeah,
well, that's the strange thing about New York. And I left there 8 years ago. When I first got my permit, which was like 23 years ago, I had a lifetime concealed carry permit. And they issue you a permit with your picture on it, and it's got a gun on it. You have to, once you get approved for your permit, you have to get a gun. It's got a serial number on it. But then every time you went and you bought a handgun, you had to file for a supplement, and you got another piece of paper. And they were bigger than like 5x6 index cards, almost like two 3x5 index cards. So you ended up, first thing is you ended up carrying like a file cabinet around in your wallet. And the next thing was they were issued on the county level, and every county was different. And so every county had different restrictions on it. And the 5 boroughs politically is the climate for the state, but, you know, upstate New York, there's parts of it that are like the Wild Wild West. So I gotten mine in Dutchess County, and it was like you said, I could open carry, I could concealed carry, I could basically do whatever, and it was a lifetime permit. Then after I had moved out, I had carried in Texas on my New York permit, and then I found out that New York had revoked the lifetime permit thing, and you have to reapply. There's a 3-gun limit You're only allowed to possess at one time 3 guns. There's a restriction to how many guns you can buy in a period of time, and it's just like decaying and decaying and decaying. And like I said, I mean, to me, it's hard to understand, because once you're like 80, 100 miles outside of the New York City area, it's just so completely and totally, redneck, old school, conservative type of values, and they're having a fit up there.
I think it must be similar in California, because I had a friend several years back, I guess not several, but a few years back, and he had a carry permit. He lives in California, and I was always like, well, how do you have a carry permit? You live in California. I didn't think you gave carry permit. He was like, well, he drives up to Medford, Oregon all the time for work. So he's like, I just stopped in one of the Northern California counties that was friendly for carry permits, got a carry permit, and every county has to offer it. Every county can have their own regulations for issuing it, but every county has to honor it. And he said, so I just went up there, got my permit on my way back home one day. So I'm like, well, I didn't know that could be done, but apparently it can be.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't issue non-resident permits, from what I understand.
Now, we have a similar thing in Oregon too. It's like in Oregon, there are some sheriffs in some counties that will not give you an out-of-state permit, because I have an out-of-state Oregon permit, so because I cross the river a lot, and they don't honor Washington's or Idaho's or Florida's or any of the ones I have. So I had to go get an out-of-state permit when I switched over here, and some counties won't give you one, but Multnomah County will give you one. You just got to go to Multnomah County and get it.
How is Florida for reciprocity, Sean?
35 states. We honor anyone that honors us. Now, Washington State used to honor Florida's, but we passed a bill a couple of years ago to allow for military and veterans who are under 21 to get a concealed carry license. So Washington dropped us, so we in turn dropped them.
I know you are, but what am I?
Having military members carry firearms means that they won't honor any of our licenses.
Oregon will not honor Washington's permit because Washington has no training requirement. Oregon does, and Washington won't recognize Oregon's because Oregon won't recognize theirs. So it's basically if you don't recognize ours, we won't recognize yours.
And Florida does the same thing. But now does Florida, and there's a reason behind that with Florida, because, okay, we were the first one to pass, what became kind of the prototype shall issue license back in '87. There were other states that had licensing before that were issuing them kind of on a shall issue basis, but this was the first state that codified the whole shall issue concept. So they put into place at the time the reciprocity that if you recognize us, we'll recognize you, as a method of getting the other states to go along with doing shall issue. It served its purpose at the time. Now, I think we need to drop the bilateral reciprocity, but it's not something that I'm going to go spend a ton of resources to go try and pass a bill on right now.
All right.
I got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, Sean, Florida doesn't honor Wisconsin, but Wisconsin honors Florida.
You sure about that?
Yep.
That's easy to fix. If there's a problem there where we've got another state that's recognizing ours, but we're not recognizing theirs, I can probably fix that with a phone call to the right person.
Oh, wait a second. Never mind.
There was no states like that I was aware of.
Yeah, Wisconsin does not honor Florida's. Never mind. It was a non-resident thing I clicked. Sorry.
Yeah, now we don't recognize non-resident permits at all. If you have a non-resident permit and you want to carry in Florida, you have to get a Florida non-resident.
Yep.
But again, it's definitely on my list to try and push for some kind of more uniform reciprocity. But again, I've got bigger fish to fry. I'm trying to push a campus carry bill this year.
I
I've
will
got
have to say
6
that
bills we're trying to push.
my Florida permit is my favorite carry permit simply because it's signed by Charles Bronson.
Yes, isn't that nice? It's not Charles Bronson anymore, though. So your renewal will be someone else.
It's still good till 2006, or might be next year. It's either good to 2015 or 2016, and I liked it because I'm like, it's got Charles Bronson written on it.
Yeah. Your next renewal will be Adam Putnam.
I gotta get Wisconsin to recognize Florida's permit. I wonder why we don't.
Yeah,
It's a training. It's usually training stuff, right? Like the training's so much different. You guys already said that. It's usually training.
Yeah, a lot of times states that have a training requirement will not recognize states that don't, even though it doesn't make any sense, because states that don't have training requirements have no incidences of higher accident, etc., than states that do. So I don't know why they stress it.
Right.
The
Florida's
thing
training
is,
requirement is that a certified instructor has seen you shoot a gun and not hurt yourself, or you've had a hunter safety course, or you have a DD-214 from the military.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, our course is, 3-hour course or the hunter safeties course, or if you're, current or retired
there's no
military.
hour requirement for Florida. It is purely that
Okay.
a
Do you
certified
waive
instructor
everything?
certifies that he has seen you safely fire a gun.
Does it waive everything for military?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was always wondering because when I got my Florida permit, I had never taken a class where I had range time. And it said on there that you were required to have a class that had range time. I have never taken a range time class for a permit. But I did include my military history. But I still got the permit. So I always wondered, did they overlook that or what? So I guess the military overrode that. Okay.
Yeah. You're either if you're on active duty, you just submit a copy of your ID, or
I
if
had my
you're
discharge. I put a copy of my discharge papers in there.
yeah, if you put in your DD-214, you're fine. It also applies if you have a record of doing any competitive shooting. So you can send in like your scorecard from doing an IDPA match or your IDPA qualification card. We had a little trouble with the department about a year ago over that. I had to talk to the right people there and explain to them what was involved in getting one, and that yes, that means that this person, actually had to shoot rounds to get this qualification. And they said, "Oh, okay. Well, as long as we know that they had to shoot rounds under some, under the observation of a certified person in a competitive shooting." In a competitive shooting environment, then okay, fine, that works too.
I think I have to question that whole thing of having an instructor witness you have fired a gun without hurting anyone. Isn't that called being responsible for every round you put down range?
I don't get your question.
If an instructor sees you miss.
Yeah, you don't have to hit the target. You just have to safely operate the handgun.
Oh, okay.
You have to be safe. You don't have to have a certain level of marksmanship.
Yeah, I'm actually...
So basically keep it within the berm.
Yeah, I'm actually reading...
Now, when I teach these classes, I have a little bit higher standard that I use before I sign someone off, as does every instructor that I know.
Yeah, Sean, I figured out why Wisconsin doesn't honor Florida. It's because basically it comes down... It's a really nice long article, but it's because you don't use the NICS background check.
We do and we don't. We use a background check from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. FDLE runs NCIC, FCIC, and NICS. But the department doesn't directly use NICS, but NICS is used.
Yeah, you actually...
So that's a bit of a misnomer if they're saying that NICS isn't involved, because it's just absolutely not true.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone here at the department has really thought too much about Wisconsin and correcting them that actually NICS is in the equation. It's just through our Department of Law Enforcement. Is there some article you're reading on this, or something from the state that you're reading about this?
Yeah, it's actually a post on a forum from Open Carry.
Okay, well, see if you can find an official source on that. If you've got an official source saying that that's actually the reason, give me a copy of that. I can get it in front of the right people and have somebody from the state send them a letter saying that, yeah, NICS check is involved.
It's he basically saying this is a message he got back from Florida, and he's putting it in quotes. So.
Yeah, the NICS is checked by a third party. Our licensing division doesn't check NICS. We check FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. FDLE checks NCIC, the Florida equivalent, which is FCIC, our mental health database, and NICS.
Yeah, I'll put the post in there. I'm not gonna. I'm looking for an official answer, but it seems like it's the closest I can get right now.
I'm sorry, say again?
I'm looking for an official source right now.
Oh yeah. Florida's got a list of why everybody says whatever, and that's some of that information might be from a disconnect between FDLE and our Department of Consumer Services. There are some that simply don't recognize ours because our license isn't issued by a law enforcement agency.
Hey, Sean, do you have any contact with any of the groups here in Texas as far as open carry goes? Since our newly elected governor said that he'll sign as soon as the appropriate bill's put on his desk.
Yeah, I've pretty much talked to all parties involved out there. I'm originally from Texas.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I graduated high school in Houston. Lived there most of my childhood.
I'm a transplant 8 years ago, haven't left since I got here, and have officially redeclared it my place of birth.
Oh, hey, Florida Carry, I haven't seen you in a while.
I've been hiding.
So what's the prognosis look like?
If these guys don't stop infighting, they got problems.
That's kind of what I'm hearing, but it's all rumors.
All right, so at the end of the day, you've got two bills with a chance, or two bills that want to be pushed. One is basically a constitutional open carry, and the other is the step forward bill for licensed open carry. If they want constitutional open carry, they're probably going to have to do it in the courts, and that's what we're trying to do here in Florida. The guys who are with like Tarrant County and Open Carry Texas, who are saying, no, we're not going to support any bill that requires that you have a license to get open carry, don't snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, is the message that I have for them. Take a win, move the ball forward, come back in a couple of years after that and get your constitutional carry when you show that it's not a problem. But take a win. Don't bitch about it not being a complete win. I don't need a shutout, I just need a win. But you know, they want to take the very hard line and say, oh, we're the no compromise group.
Yeah.
We didn't lose our rights all at one time, we lost them piece at a time, we will get them back piece at a time. If you're moving the ball forward, you're doing something good. Now, if I thought that unlicensed open carry had as much chance of passing in Texas as licensed, oh yeah, I'd be screaming up and down, yeah, unlicensed open carry. It doesn't have enough support in the Texas legislature.
Texas needs constitutional.
And that's what I was just talking about. Doesn't have the legislative support. Not going to happen.
Shit, that is so weird.
Well, here's the thing. The idea of constitutional carry, as you've traditionally heard it, is a misnomer. Like it or not, every court that has looked at it has said, and this goes back to the 1800s, that concealed carry is not the right protected by the right to bear arms. Open carry was always traditionally the right protected by the right to bear arms. There is a new theory called the alternative outlet theory. And what that says is you can allow for open carry or you can allow for concealed carry. As long as you allow for some method of carry, then that's okay.
Yeah, it's the either or both theory, which works in our benefit, if you ask me, because these states that go and outlaw open carry, they have to, by court decision, institute a concealed carry plan that is open and available to everybody.
Right. Then we get into the
problem now.
Right. Then we get into the problem of there's only a couple of states that allow for unlicensed concealed carry. How much restriction on licensing is constitutionally permissible for something that is a fundamental right? Can you require the payment of a fee? Can you require a training regimen? Can you require, all the things that they make people do? Can you make somebody wait 6 months?
No, the court decision on that, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they say that it is okay to place a burden on someone because constitutional rights and the rights of the citizen do carry some burden? It just can't be an unreasonable burden.
Right, and here's where we get into the hard test. Where does it become unreasonable? We already know from voting rights, which is not an enumerated right. It is a created right. Voting rights are not pre-existing, like the right to bear arms.
You can't say that, it's a burden on my voting rights that I have to drive 10 miles across town to vote. Well, that's a burden of voting. That's a burden of exercising your right, is that you have to go to a polling place.
Well, no, it's not that. It is, can you require a poll tax?
Well, that's what we're saying. When you get into burden versus unreasonable burden, some burden is allowed, like the burden of having to get in your car and go to a polling place. You can't say, well, then you have to come to me so I can vote, or else it's a burden, because they can say there is some burden allowed. It just can't be an unreasonable burden.
And that has a compelling state interest. Yeah. We have a compelling state interest in making sure that people don't vote in multiple precincts, don't vote twice, and that we don't have felons vote. We don't have, so no multiple voting, no felons voting, things like that. There's compelling state interest in that, and that's why you can have voter registration, to make sure that people vote in the polling place that they're assigned to, and to make sure that they can run a background check on somebody because they've got their name and social security number and everything else. You can run the background check and make sure that it's not a felon. So with a concealed carry license, you have only one of those factors. You're not saying that somebody can't own 2 guns. You're not saying that they can only carry a gun in the polling place. Usually quite the opposite. The only factor that you have left is this person a prohibited possessor, a felon, someone who's mentally ill, someone who's subject to a domestic violence injunction. Those are constitutionally the only people that can be kept from bearing arms. So, can you charge them a tax before they can exercise their right? A license tax. Under all other areas of have rights, the courts have uniformly said no. Now, you might be able to do that, and now we're going to get a little bit Marxist, where someone, well, they have the money to afford this, and this program is set up just to, the fees that they're paying are nominal just to perpetuate the program. But what about someone who's indigent, who just really can't afford a concealed carry license, but they've got the gun that their daddy gave them? That's a person who should not have to pay for a concealed carry license because they just can't afford it. And the training requirement, again, akin to like the voter literacy test. You can't make someone go take a class in English composition at college before they write a letter to the editor. Same thing with gun rights. You can restrict someone from carrying who is markedly unskilled.
Sorry, guys.
There is a difference between being unskilled and untrained in a formal setting. My father taught me everything I ever needed to know about shooting a gun. I was an expert marksman when I walked into the military because I had learned how to shoot a gun from my dad, not my drill sergeant. Just because you haven't been officially trained doesn't mean that you are unskilled.
Well, I know here in Texas on the fee schedule for concealed carry permit, indigent's actually a line item.
Do they give you a free license if you're indigent in Texas?
It's not free, but it's like real cheap. I think it's like $25. But there's like one price if you're a law enforcement, judge, etc. There's one price for retail. There's one price for military, and then there's a price for indigent.
Huh. Then I should have gotten discounted carry permits because my grandfather used to tell me I was indigent all the time. Oh wait, that was an idiot. The same thing, I think.
An ignorant indigent idiot.
That was idiot, I think, the way he said I was. So, yes.
And isn't that exactly what's going on? Isn't that what's going on in D.C. right now? From what I understand, the structure that they put in after the court mandated they put in that they allow concealed carry, the structure that they put in, the judge is saying does not adhere to the spirit of the ruling, and they're saying that he no longer has any jurisdiction.
Well,
because
that is the argument. The judge hasn't ruled on it yet, but they have filed for contempt charges against D.C. for not abiding by the judge's ruling. We'll see what the judge comes back with. I anticipate that SAF will be winning that argument.
So at that point in time, like you were saying, who gets to decide? Because this is my problem. My problem is with interpretation. I mean, if you want to go from step one, the fact that the Second Amendment itself, well, we need to dissect it and interpret it, and that's basically just nobody's opinion. So who in the legal
guys in robes that wear funny hats when they're outside?
Yeah, who in the legal scheme of things gets to decide whether or not that is quote unquote within the spirit of the ruling?
Ultimately, people like Elena Kagan.
Boy, talk about how to bring silence to a chat.
It is absolutely true. And I'll tell you, there was just a decision out of the U.S. Supreme Court where Elena Kagan was the only dissenter, and I found myself agreeing with her. And I had to go take a shower immediately afterward, but it was the case. This was the case of the person who was pulled over for being in a state where you're only required to have one working tail light, and they pulled him over because one of 3 tail lights was out. And the Supreme Court ruled that, well, even though that wasn't the standard under the law, it was a forgivable error by the officer to pull that person over since he didn't know the law that he was supposed to be enforcing. So he's enforcing a law that didn't actually exist, but it was forgivable. He could have reasonably thought that that was the law. Therefore, we're going to allow this search under the Fourth Amendment. And the entire court bought into that except for Elena Kagan, and I found myself going, you know what, she's right. Because I do feel that if you're going to enforce a law, you should enforce a law that actually exists.
It always bothers me quite a bit when I have people that I agree with on so many things. It seems like they're such a reasonable person and they make sense and they sit down and they actually, intellectually dissect a subject and they sit down and they tear it into each individual little component and they rationalize each component. But then it'll come to a gun issue and they lose their fucking shit. And it's like they don't they skip every step that they would do with every other thing they ever talk about. They don't rationalize anything. They don't examine the pros and cons of any aspect of it. They simply make a snap judgment because a gun is involved and they stick to it no matter what. That drives me crazy.
And unfortunately, we have a lot of those in robes that wear funny hats when they're outside. Luckily, most of them are at the lower court level, so you've still got some right to appeal there when they screw up. But in the few years that I've been doing this, I have just come to expect that our lower court judges, that I'm going to lose every case I bring at the lower court. I just fully expect that. If I file a case, I make sure that Florida Carry has enough money budgeted to bring it all the way through the appellate process.
I've read so many lower court.
No matter how clear the case is, that I'm going to lose the lower court.
I've read so many of those lower court decisions that read like a ABC. They'll say A, this is the law. B, this is how it would apply to any other situation. And C, here's why I'm going to disregard it because a gun was involved.
Pretty much. Yeah. And then even when it gets to the appellate court will say, well, we're bound by this law, so we have to rule this way. But it might be time for the legislature to look at this and change it. Because, well, this person was allowed to have a gun in their home concealed without a license. Literally one of the cases where the courts here said that the legislature needs to look at this because this person was carrying a gun concealed inside their own home.
How dare you be responsible for what you do in your own home?
Well, with a gun, sir.
And then we recently had an appellate case that said because an officer saw someone who was at their own home with a gun, he had an exigent circumstance that allowed him to enter onto the curtilage of the home and seize the gun because, well, he saw the gun and needed to seize it, even though it was the person's own home.
Was that ruled on?
Yes.
And
it was a good search because, well, it was an exigent circumstance because he saw a gun.
Wow.
Even though the person had the right to possess the gun there.
So, do you think this situation that you described with these judges, do you think that's just the susceptibility to political pressure from the different levels of court that you're talking about, or
I think it's a bunch of judges that came up ingrained that the right to bear arms was only for the militia. And a resistance, an institutional resistance to following the reasoning of Heller rather than the absolute holding of Heller. So Heller said you have a right to bear arms inside your home. So like the case I was just talking about where the person was at their own home, well, that they were at their own home is just an affirmative defense because we didn't know if that was that person's home. So if it's his home, he can tell the judge, but I was at my house, not someone else's house, because the officer passing by had no way of knowing if that was his house or someone else's. It's that bad, guys.
Well, I know that affirmative defense thing here has come up in Texas for silencers. FFL items, which I actually haven't sat down to verify a lot of this, but what they're saying is here is that technically speaking, by letter of the law, Texas does not allow ownership of FFL items, except that you have an affirmative defense if you have gone through the ATF process, filed your Form 4, and gotten all your proper licensing, that then it's okay. But up until that point that it's proven in court and a judge rules on it, possession of an NFA item is prohibited.
Well, it's like in Florida. If you have a concealed carry license, if you carry a gun outside your home, concealed, that is a felony. You are guilty of committing that felony every time you walk outside your house. That crime is complete. You have an affirmative defense that you were licensed to do so. So, technically speaking, you could be arrested every time you conceal carry in the state of Florida, every time you walk outside your house, and then when you show up to court for your first appearance, say, but Your Honor, I have a concealed carry license, and then he will set that for a hearing to determine whether or not you really have a concealed carry license while you sit in jail for up to 21 days. And then when you get to court, you prove that you have a valid concealed carry license, and then you're let go. And guess what? You now have a felony arrest record that you can only have expunged once in your lifetime. And even that only after 10 years. Good luck ever getting a job again. Now, this is kind of the extreme example, but it is absolutely, positively true and has happened. And that's the scary part of it, is that it has happened.
Right, and that's the situation is for lack of a better expression, selective enforcement. So basically speaking, having a concealed carry permit, carrying a gun concealed will render you with a felony that will have your concealed carry permit revoked.
No, because you have the affirmative defense, you don't get convicted of it. So you get your concealed carry permit back after you've been in jailed and been brought to a hearing to determine whether or not you had a license.
But at that point in time, the felony still stays on your record.
Yeah, you have a felony arrest record, not a conviction, but you have a felony arrest record. So every time you apply for a job, they're going to find this felony arrest that you had.
And this is, I missed the first part. So is this in cases
even if you're acquitted of a crime, say you know, the worst thing in the world happened, you had a self-defense shooting, and they turned around and charged you with murder, and you beat the case. You went in there and showed the jury of your peers, absolutely, I was acting in self-defense because this person was raping my wife and beating my dog and coming at me next. And you prove that you acted in self-defense. Well, guess what? Yep, you've acquitted yourself. You did nothing wrong. You're a hero. You saved your wife. But you still have a felony arrest record for murder.
Now,
10 years later, you can get it expunged from your record after application and spending about $5,000 on lawyers to get it done. And good luck getting a job with a felony arrest record for murder.
Right. Is this any sort of quote unquote norm or standard way that the laws are written specifically, like, you know, nationally, or is this peculiar to Florida, or
that's normal? Yankee, if you're still around, you were at some point a police officer. How many times do you see a felony arrest record come up on a report that was never adjudicated or never even charged?
It actually comes up quite a bit. It's actually a problem quite often because a lot of times they're not even accurate. Like a lot of times you'll be arrested for a felony charge and then within 24 hours it's been completely reduced or changed or obliterated completely, but it'll still show up that you were arrested for it.
No, Sean. I was talking more about the way the license law is implemented. Like I said, in Texas, I'm familiar with it as far as ATF items go, but I wasn't aware that it's written the same way as an affirmative defense for concealed carry.
I think he means, are you guilty every time you step outside of a crime, even if you have a carry permit in every state?
Based on the ones I've looked at, it's it might be 40%, it might be half, it might be 60%. I don't know, but it's pretty common. I don't know if there's a majority of states that have the concealed carry license as only an affirmative defense rather than as an element of the crime. Basically, if you look at your prohibition on concealed carry in your state, if it says that it's illegal to carry a gun concealed in this state unless you have a concealed carry license, well, the unless means it's an affirmative defense. Now, if your law instead says
does not apply to people.
If you do not have a concealed carry license, it is illegal to carry a gun, then it's an element of the crime.
This is the way it's written in our state, and it's not the same way as it is in Florida, because in our state it is written, this is the law, this law does not apply to persons who have a concealed carry license.
That's exactly how ours is written, and that was ruled to be an affirmative defense.
Here in Oregon, or Washington, I'm in Washington now, but here it's the exact opposite. Our courts ruled the opposite. Our courts ruled that since the law is written that this statute does not affect you if you have a concealed carry license, therefore you have not committed a crime because the statute does not apply to you.
Right, and that's what we argued to the Florida Supreme Court here about 2 years ago in a case called Mackey. And the Florida Supreme Court said, nope, if the legislature wants it to be an element of the crime, they have to say that it is illegal for people who don't have a concealed carry license to carry without a license. They can't say that.
Well, see, ours does. They ruled that ours does do that, but they ruled
a gun. Yeah, our Supreme Court just totally said we're going to do it with this strict statutory construction, and they made it an affirmative defense.
See, ours did the opposite. They ruled that since the law does state that it does not apply if you have a concealed carry license, that is the same as saying if you do not have a concealed carry license, it does apply. They said since one is
a horrible ruling,
yeah.
And it's a case of bad facts making bad law. The case that was brought before them was a convicted felon who was in possession of a firearm. The officer who stopped him didn't know that he was a convicted felon, saw a bulge, determined from his training that it was a firearm, and arrested him for it. So here the court's presented with a bad guy who did a bad thing, and they want to convict him. So they use whatever they could, and since the law didn't say a person who doesn't have a concealed carry license is committing a crime if they carry concealed, instead the law said it is, that this law doesn't apply to someone with a concealed carry license as in a subsequent clause, that subsequent clause is a affirmative defense because it wasn't put in the form of a prepositional phrase. Because they just wanted to convict a bad guy.
How's Georgia? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, how's Georgia? Do you know? We're so close to each other.
Not sure.
That's crazy because, like what you were saying, even if you can't, you have to wait 10 years to get it expunged. Is that what's going on? Or
yeah, after 5 years, you can have it. You can have the record sealed. After it's 10 years to have it totally expunged.
Yeah,
so that entire time, you cannot buy a firearm, right?
You got to watch out for
them. No, you could buy a firearm the next day. You've been acquitted. You haven't done anything wrong.
Well, you can sometimes. You got to be careful, though, because like in Oregon, we have our state police do the check. My sister got an arrest warrant issued for her once because of her husband But at the time that he did what he did, they issued an arrest warrant for her because her name was on the deed of the car that was found on the scene, which was the getaway car. Turned out later that they had been divorced for a year, and he stole that car, and she reported it stolen when he took it. So they dropped the arrest warrant against her. But when I went to buy a car for her, or a gun for her in Oregon, the state police wanted to investigate that charge.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, well, that charge was never even brought against her. The warrant was dropped. She was never arrested. They're like, well, the fact that it ever existed means we have to investigate it. And then, even though I said, okay, so I even asked him, I said, okay, let's say she was convicted of this. In the state of Alabama where she was at the time, the charge they issued the arrest warrant for was a gross misdemeanor. But it wasn't a disqualifying factor for owning a firearm. I said, so even if she's guilty of it, is it a disqualifying factor for owning a firearm? They're like, no. And I'm like, well, then why are you delaying her being able to buy a firearm while you're investigating a charge that is not a disqualifying factor?
2 weeks ago, Eric, I sent Eric to Tallahassee to meet with our licensing division. Marion Hammer from the MRA was also there. And us in the NRA told our division of licensing, if they keep doing stuff like what you just described, we're both going to jointly sue them.
Yeah, they do it up here all the time. We're holding you while we investigate whether you had an unpaid parking ticket in Portland. I'm like, well, an unpaid parking ticket is not a disqualifying factor. So why are you delaying a firearm purchase? I hear stories like that all the time.
At that meeting, they agreed that they will no longer delay licenses for anything that wouldn't be disqualifying, and if it is disqualifying, that they have 90 days to determine if the person is actually disqualified. If they are disqualified, they don't issue the license. If they're not disqualified, they do issue the license. If it is indeterminate, they just can't get the records, they don't know, then the benefit of the doubt goes to the applicant, and after 90 days, the license shall issue. So we just dealt with that a few weeks ago. And getting that policy changed, I think is going to help a lot because, I talked to somebody the other day who got executive clemency. She had a prior felony. Got the governor to restore her firearms rights. She put in for her concealed carry license, and they waited after 7 months, still hadn't gotten her license. Calls me up. I made a phone call, talked to the right people in high places at the licensing division, and they issued the license the same day because they do not want me suing them.
Do you have my debit card?
Do I have your debit card?
Sorry, hold on. I thought I was muted. Get this damn space bar.
You can send it to me. I'd be fine with that.
A charge just popped up on my account, and I'm like, who's buying stuff with my credit card?
Is your son doing Xbox again?
No, I just got a $178 charge from Amazon for a coat, so I'm like, I didn't buy a coat.
Are we on air? Because I can't tell. Stupid phone sucks.
I'm showing us as live.
So, Yankee, did you get my package? I guess he's checking on the charge.
Yeah, I'm just going through the Texas Penal Code now for the permit thing, and basically, all the restrictions are separated between a person who possesses, person who carries, and then a person who's licensed to.
Okay, I guess my son needed a jacket, so that's what that was. Oh, Chris, were you my Secret Santa?
I think he left.
Is he gone? No, he did. God damn it.
He did say something. Did you get my package? So
I got a package from him. I asked him if he was my Secret Santa. I just checked on the gift I bought for the person who I'm their Secret Santa. It's going to get there December 24th. So I'm like, wow, perfect timing.
Oh, and as you might imagine, I'm working on a bill to fix our whole affirmative defense issue here.
Like I said, I was just going through the Texas thing, and there are two separate subsections. One subsection is for the unlawful carrying of a weapon, and the other subsection is for the unlawful carrying of a weapon by a concealed weapons permit holder. They're two completely separate sections. So how would you think that would be interpreted?
Probably as an element of the crime, but I do happen to have a LexisNexis account, so let's see what Texas says. Okay. So here's a 2007 case. No, that's not the one. And really, it takes a very close case to decide if it's generally to decide if it's a affirmative defense or element of the crime. I mean, because usually if somebody has a concealed carry license or something, the case is going to get dropped. Here we go. Here we go. This is the case 2011. Texas Court of Appeals.
So just the fact that you're looking at cases from like 2011 is pretty sobering, because unless you're fluent in legalese, you're under the impression of one thing. It's like, oh, I have a license to carry a handgun. I have a license to own, I have a tax stamp to own NFA items. And then you find out that, well, actually, technically, you're still committing a crime, and you still need to go to court, and you still need to pay the money, but you have a pre-approved defense.
It does look like Texas did it right. Yeah, no, it looks like it's an element of the crime there in Texas.
Which I would find it, because
the interesting thing in Florida, the concealed carry license prior to 1987, when we got our shall issue statewide license, was an element of the crime. But due to a drafting error in how they laid it out, because they took the old law, which was just kind of one big run-on sentence, and broke it out to where it looked cleaner. Well, by breaking it out into, a section and subsection rather than one big long run-on sentence, they screwed up the law and turned it into an affirmative defense rather than an element of the crime.
Yeah, well, punctuation can most definitely change the meaning. Yeah, I would find it hard to believe that it was an element of the crime, although I take nothing for granted, simply because we're a required to disclose state. So if you get pulled over and you have a concealed carry permit, you have to disclose it.
That doesn't matter to the element or affirmative defense analysis.
Well, no, but what I mean is I would assume, which is a bad thing, but you would think that if it was an affirmative defense thing, that we would hear more instances of it being again selectively enforced.
Yeah, but,
I'm sure you're familiar with Kerwin too.
There is, even amongst the most anti-gun prosecutors, there is still such a thing as a little bit of prosecutorial discretion goes on. If the case is an absolute loser and they just know they're going to lose it, they generally will try not to bring the case unless there's pressure to do so. See Zimmerman.
Yeah. I'm sure you're familiar with Alan Kerwin's books, like those state ownership gun guides.
I'm familiar with Alan. Hell, see him every year at GRPC.
Okay, so then, as politically correct as you feel or don't feel you need to be, how do you think they are? I mean, I have the Texas Gun Owners Guide sitting here. I started reading it, but I actually haven't gotten through it because,
I found it to be well a decent guide for the absolute lay person needing some improvement of its legal analysis.
Okay, fair enough.
I didn't see anything in there that would just totally get you thrown in jail.
Well, no, like I said, it's just one of those things. Like we're talking about this. It's no matter what your particular philosophy is, running from the whole thing of the difference between allowed and able, up to the point where I'm going to be one of those people that dots every I's and cross every T. Even though you think you have a permit, you think you have this, you think you've done the right thing, when it comes down to the varying degrees of interpretation in the legal speak, do you really know what you have? I mean, I consider it absolutely crazy, the situation that you described in Florida, that the permit is simply a defense. I mean, that to me is insane.
Right. Now the good thing is you're not going to meet too many police officers out there that are going to try and take advantage of that and throw you in jail for no reason other than you have a concealed carry license and they know that they can get away with it because it's only an affirmative defense. You don't meet too many of those.
Right.
I only know of two that have done it in the past few years.
Yeah.
But the problem is, there's a couple that have done it.
Exactly. The problem to me is the possibility exists. It opens the door once again for selective enforcement because, and I'm not saying that this is a good thing, but the bottom line is part of what we supposedly support is the fair and just execution of the law. So the fair and just execution of that law would say that every time someone discloses the fact that they have a permit, that this process should take place, whether you agree with the process or not. And then once again, to me, selective enforcement is called, Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will, and at the worst possible moment.
Now, on the good side of this, though, those couple of officers that we know, those couple of bad apples, even though we haven't been able to deal with them in the courts like we'd like to, we have been able to, in one case where it was not quite as bad a situation, he still got retraining and a reprimand. And in another case, we got an officer fired. This was the you want to see an officer just going absolutely nuts for somebody who's legally carrying. Pull up Deputy Andy Cox and the YouTube video that I've got up on that guy. This is the one that tells somebody, I don't care if you have a permit or not, I'll shoot you in the fucking back if you move.
COX?
Yep. The guy he arrested has a concealed carry license, is actually former law enforcement, and when pulled over, and he gets out of his van, says hi, everything's friendly. Oh, what do you mean by tag expired? Oh no, sorry, it's inside the car. Let me get my registration with the tag, with the sticker still on it, because I haven't cleaned my, just hadn't cleaned off his license plate to put the sticker on yet. Goes to bend over and then get it. The officer looks up his shirt and notices the tip of the gun as he looks up his shirt and freaks the hell out. And arrests him and takes him to jail for a night.
Florida Deputy Andy Cox threatens to shoot innocent man in the back. You have a video on this yourself, or it's just one of these general ones on YouTube?
No, I put it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
It should be under either. It should be under either my All 9 Yards blog, Florida Open Carry, or Florida Carry. I've only got freaking 3 YouTube channels, each with like 1 video.
I'm subscribed to the Florida Open Carry one, but there's a couple of them on Andy down here. So I'm taking it you don't win a lot of door prizes.
A couple of people, of course, ripped off my video and republished it.
This is from Live Leak, it says.
Yeah, somebody taking my video and putting it on Live Leak.
Yeah, I'm taking it you don't get a lot of door prizes at the Policemen's Benevolent Association ball.
You know what? I have a really good relationship with some of our sheriffs. I don't have a very good one with the Florida Sheriff's Association, but we're working on it. Look, they've got some real problems with something going on. I'm all for making sure that our officers are properly protected, and we're going to work with them on something if they'll work with us to make sure that people who are absolutely crazy aren't carrying guns. I'm totally cool with saying that people who are adjudicated as nutburgers don't get their guns back. But I want due process controls in place. I want a judge to look at this person while he's represented by counsel and say that, yes, this person is nuts and therefore prohibited from owning a gun.
Well,
You're going to do it administratively.
Right. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier when Eric was here. Like I said, in New York, and then Eric had expounded on it with the VA thing. Is what is the process? I mean, there basically is no adjudication at this point. It's just based on a medical health record.
Right, and I'll tell you, our good friends at Nagger really criticized the sponsors and the NRA here in Florida for passing a bill that says that somebody who gets committed can lose their gun rights by, after a court proceeding, because they pushed a bill and we didn't oppose it that says if somebody voluntarily commits themselves and the place certifies that we would have committed them involuntarily if they didn't voluntarily commit, and the person signs a waiver saying that I understand that I'm losing my gun rights by doing this, then it goes before a judge where that person has a right to counsel, and then the judge decides that, okay, yes, this person needs to lose his rights, and we put in place a restoration procedure where the person gets to go back to the court and say, okay, I'm all better now. I've gotten the help I needed, and here's my my mental health clean bill of health, and I want my rights restored. And we put this law in place to make sure that people that need help don't run away from getting help because they don't want to lose their gun rights, and B, that people that really shouldn't have guns don't. And that somebody who gets the treatment they need and becomes stable again is able to get their rights back. And we had Dudley Brown and the National Association for Send Us Money Because We're Going to Cry About the Boogeyman just gave us utter shit over it.
And to me, the restoration thing is the greatest hypocrisy. I'm all for the fact that the modern, penal system is a complete and total failure, especially in light of it being privatized. But the fact remains is that you represent this system as rehabilitatory. Okay, so upon adjudication, serving your sentence, and whatever.
Well, that's different. I'm talking about people with mental health disability, not people convicted of crimes.
Well, yeah, but that's my
I'm
point.
talking about the guys who sit there and talk to the talk to the lizards they see crawling on their arms.
Right, and that's exactly my point. Is that we don't even have a non-hypocritical restitution system from the penal standpoint of it. Now think of the vagaries of the whole mental health system. I mean, the DSM-5 that's come out now has gotten so broad stroked that even psychiatrists themselves are refusing to use it as a standard, because they're just saying, hey, I mean, basically speaking, what this has done is turn every practical emotional human state into some form of mental illness.
And really, and that was true under the DSM-4 as well. Everyone has some degree of mental illness. Yankee has some form of arachnophobia. He's afraid of millipedes. How debilitating is it? We're going to score it 1 to 100 or whatever the scale is for the GAS, GAP, GA something. But anyway, we're going to score what your disability is, and if you score above a certain level, then okay, your mental illness puts you into the crazy category. If you score below it, then well, it's just part of your psychological makeup. The problem we had with another case we're doing, AB versus AB in Florida Carey versus City of Daytona Beach, is we had somebody taken who the day he learned that a friend of his was killed and beheaded in Afghanistan, after he'd gotten out of the after our guy had gotten out of the military, drank too much that night, called the Veterans Assistance Line. They sent out the police to check on him because he was just way drunk, and they took him for a Baker Act evaluation. And then got a clean bill of health from the Baker Act people. Said, yeah, he's just dealing with just finding out that his friend had gotten killed, and refused to give him his guns back. So we sued them because we had to get his guns back. But that case is still ongoing, so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail because it's pending litigation. But we did get him his guns back, and had to spend a lot of money to do it. Now, this guy had a $20,000 collection worth of guns. They also damaged a lot of his guns, except for his AR-15, which was somehow in pristine condition. I guess they thought they had a new patrol rifle.
How convenient.
What really killed me is the Arisaka rifle with lotus flower still intact.
Oh, good. That's good.
Was ruined.
What?
They let the thing rust out. They didn't store it properly.
The chrysanthemum?
Out and gouged the stock because they just piled guns on top of it.
The chrysanthemum Arisaka. Oh, God.
Yeah, the chrysanthemum. I said lotus, didn't I? Yeah, the chrysanthemum.
It's okay.
He had a complete Arisaka that his grandfather had brought back as a war trophy during World War II.
I think fetches
and that Arisaka was destroyed.
That gun fetches a good penny with the chrysanthemum intact. Damn.
And forget the money. It was the rifle his grandfather brought back from the war.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Definitely, just the sentimental value alone and the historical value alone is fucked up now. That's a
Yeah.
lawsuit.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of them with that chrysanthemum still on it because, well, that was the letting that fall into the enemy's hand. That brought dishonor on whoever owned that rifle. It's not a lawsuit waiting to happen. That lawsuit is ongoing, and we're working on damages. We're trying to find an appropriate gunsmith that can restore the rifle to operational and cosmetic condition without ruining the value of it as well.
So it sounds like you've been a busy boy.
I ain't the half of it.
Yeah, Dana was asking for you, wondering, hey, what happened to Florida Carry? I thought he was gonna do more chats and shit.
It gets really hard, especially this time of year, because we're ramping up into the legislative season.
I guess so. I mean, that's the thing. I told him, you know what? That guy is probably hella busy.
Yeah. We've got multiple cases pending right now. We've been basically writing lower court and appellate briefs, a couple of them a week. The past couple of months, dealing with multiple administrative issues and dealing with getting bills filed. Right now, the main bill that we have filed is the campus carry bill. After the shooting at Florida State, and one of the victims of that shooting is a member of the Students for Concealed Carry, and through extension, a member of Florida Carry. So that's damn it, an active shooter on a college campus shot one of my members. I'm a little bit ticked off right now.
What happened?
The active shooter at Florida State University.
Yeah.
The second victim who he shot in the leg, Nathan Scott, is a member of Students for Concealed Carry.
Wow.
We have a reciprocal membership agreement with the Students for Concealed Carry that we've had in place since 2011, that if you're a member of Students for Concealed Carry, you're also a member of Florida Carry. So this former prosecutor who went in and shot up the school shot one of my members. So you're damn right I'm pulling out all the stops on passing campus carry bill.
Well, that makes sense. Sorry to hear that. I hope he's okay. I hope it turns out well for you.
He's gonna make a full recovery. Unfortunately, one of the people that was shot is not. He is paralyzed from the waist down. At the FSU shooting, we had a Army infantry combat vet who just got out last July. Guy's got 2 tours in Afghanistan. He's an infantryman and is an expert marksman, qualified expert, who tells me that he carries every day except for when he's on campus, and he saw this guy start shooting outside the library and come inside. He was in the library, and when he came in, he had a clear shot at him, would have had no problem taking him out, but could not close the distance to him without getting shot himself. So had no choice but to retreat. And the only reason he wasn't carrying is because of the campus carry ban here in Florida, which campus carry ban in Florida isn't just an administrative thing for the college, it's also a crime. It's a felony.
So it's not like
Actually, it's a misdemeanor if you have a concealed carry license. It's 90 days in jail.
well, that the guy who shut up the place didn't necessarily follow that.
No, yeah, it's funny how people who are willing to violate the death penalty prohibition on murder don't worry too much about the law against carrying on campus.
Yeah. Well, what was the school president saying? He's like, but we had a sign. We had a sign. That should have stopped him.
The president of the university is actually the former Florida State Senator who in 2011 got the campus carry bill killed.
Fucker. Okay, well, he is, well...
Yeah, I see Chris is back. Hey, Chris, were you my Secret Santa?
Yes, I was.
Okay, well, thank you.
No
I
problem.
to ask, that night that I showed my Christmas list in the chat to show people how I organized it, did you see that on there, or did you just get lucky?
I got lucky.
Okay, because it was like the third thing on my list was Magpul AK Mags.
There you go. Hey, you know what? I thought about it. This was perfect price, and you have an AK, so it'll, it fits.
I was like, I thought you must have seen, because remember I showed it on the screen how I do my list. I thought maybe you had seen it on the list, but then I was like, well, that was only like 2 days ago, so if he saw that, he shipped it fast.
I had to
put out a Christmas list.
Well, you would have had we have a Secret Santa system for gun channels, so if you remember, we would and contacted one of our moderators, we would have gotten you arranged, yeah. So.
Oh, I'm a member. I just don't pay attention to anything.
Okay, yeah, that's all right. I mean, it's been a while since you've been around, so yeah, it's a new thing. Marco, or what's his name? Digital Prophet. He's the one who set it up. So, did you what do you call this? Did you screen that video, or did you already just show your kid?
Which video?
The disc I gave you. It came with a disc.
You mean that archaic recording thing that was in it?
Archaic? What do you mean? It didn't go? It didn't play?
What do you stick those in?
It's just a file. It's just a video file.
It's on this kind of weird.
It won't play, then.
Well, I mean, I don't even.
It's just a file. All you have to do is play it on the computer.
Where do I shove this thing into the USB port at?
USB port? It's a disc.
Yeah, what is this, from like the 1990s or something?
Oh my God! Really? You don't? I give you. Oh God! Do you have a disk drive?
No.
Really? You don't have a disk drive?
No, I think my son's laptop has a disk drive on it though.
There you go. Okay, then yeah, have him burn the file into put it in a disk so you can both watch it into a flash drive. Sorry, yeah.
I know what it is, though. If it's what it says on it, I know what it is.
Okay.
It's like Power Rangers, sort of.
It's the one where all the characters show up. It's in the Japanese version, but I don't know if you already seen that or not. But yeah.
I probably won't understand a thing they're saying, but.
It's subtitled.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so yeah, your bullet should be in by tomorrow. Your blanks, not blanks, but your dummies.
Yeah, those will be good enough for a video.
Actually, now that you mention it, my new work computer doesn't have a drive either.
None of my computers have disk drives. I don't have a disk drive in my house. I mean, I think my son's got one on his laptop, but.
Yeah, I mean, all my other laptops have Blu-ray burners, but.
It's getting rare. Even laptops don't have disk drives anymore. You have to pay extra if you want a disk drive because they're outdated.
Oh, I don't have any desktops in the house.
Yeah, I still play DVDs, so I know it's archaic, but I usually will buy a DVD and rip it. So they're still out there. So it's one of the few legal ways of downloading a movie.
Of course, I absolutely have to have a disk drive because every time I get have to do a public records request and get 911 audio and dash cam video because something happened to somebody. It's always comes on a CD or a DVD.
There you go. I forgot. Yeah, Macs don't have that. Your little Mac thing doesn't have that. So, but yeah, if you what do you call this? If you need that, I'll send you I'll send you a flash drive instead. But if your son's laptop, is your son's laptop a Mac or Windows? Yankee. Yeah, awesome there.
What?
Is your son's computer a Windows or Mac?
It is a Windows.
Okay, so if it's big enough, yeah, it should have a disk drive.
Yeah. That's why I never use it, because it's a Windows Mac. I mean, a Windows computer. I don't use those.
Yeah. For those guys who weren't here yesterday, yeah, I blew up my what do you call this? I didn't blow up. A round blew up in my Marlin 336.
Oh, I
And
thought you were going to say it blew up in your loader.
no, no, and the round blew up in the chamber, and it didn't blow up the gun, thank God. But the primer cup is now twice the size of what it used to be. It expanded the back.
What'd you do that for?
I didn't do nothing. I guess the trim, I didn't trim it well enough. So if your casing is too long and if it goes into the actually goes into where the bullet goes to instead of just in the chamber, it will overpressure. So that's what happened, overpressured. But it shot. It just the casing got stuck in there because it got really tight in there. So hopefully the gun's still shootable when I get it tomorrow or in the morning. Or else it's gonna end up being spare parts. Or I'll lie to Marlon saying, "Yeah, a federal hydroshock blew up."
That's what you get for using a tape measure instead of calipers.
No, that's what I get for underestimating, because I researched it and it has to be 2.39 is the measure. Okay, when I use a case gauge, it works. You know, I use one of these, so I measured it and it was fine at the time. But then but then I realized, no, you have to do it at 2.29 inches so that it becomes, once it's crimped, it'll be 3.39 inches. So those details escape me.
The devil's in the details. You should check them on your particular gun too.
Yeah. I think I'll have to check to see if I have to slug it. If I meet any more resistance on the chain, when I'm loading a bullet in, then I'm not gonna continue. So, but right now I'm trimming all my brass.
So, Chris, I just say you just picked up the casing and you can't get the gun until tomorrow because it wasn't ready, or?
Yeah, when I went over there, they gave me the casing, but they got when they disassembled the gun. But they still were like, they say, oh, give it about 15 minutes and we'll put it back together for you. And I told them, you know what, keep it till Friday. I get paid then, so I get paid today. So I'll just pick it up when I know I have enough money. So.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Hey, Sean, are you still there?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. When you come back, what is a in Texas here? What's a good organization to get involved with for some of this stuff? As far as open carry, supporting stuff like that.
Yeah, really, two organizations be involved with there. One is Texas State Rifle Association, which of course they're the NRA affiliate, and really don't support open carry. The other is they're really the smaller group, but it's Texas Carry.
Okay. was thinking about moving to Tarrant County, but I don't like Chipotle's.
Speaking of which, did they slow down since what's that grocery store chain that they were trying to influence last?
Kroger's.
Kroger's. Since Kroger's did not ban, have that slowed down their efforts? Because I haven't heard them trying to ban anything from any other stores.
Kroger's not only didn't bend, Kroger's actually came out with a public statement sort of castigating the activism against them. It was mild, but you could still tell.
Okay, well that's good. Yeah, that's good. So basically, what did that pretty much hamper their efforts, or are they trying for somebody else?
Well, I'm not gonna comment on the philosophical part of it, but having investigated the financial aspects of it, Kroger's did great financially over it, or I should say during the period. I can't, coincidence doesn't equal causality, but it just so happens that Kroger's did wonderful profits while this whole thing was going on.
That's good.
At the very least, they didn't suffer from it in any noticeable way.
Kind of like Starbucks had record profits when they were supporting, or at least not prohibiting carry, and then once they prohibit it, their profits went immediately down.
Yep.
I guess they
I put the Texas Carry, at least their Facebook link in the side chat there.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
I guess they thought that they mostly have liberal hipsters serving over there. They they probably thought, oh, most of our customers are liberal, non-gun users, and oops.
They make decisions based on that all the time. They make decisions based on their demographics. It's like a friend of mine and I were talking today about how CVS pharmacies have stopped selling cigarettes, and they were like, wow, that was such a big move of them, and such a, they took a stand for public health. I'm like, no, CVS used a study that stated that the vast majority of people who smoke make under $35,000 a year, and it's like 85% of people who smoke make under like $35,000 per person per year for their family household income. And then they also use the number that people that tend to shop at CVS pharmacy have family incomes of $50,000 or greater. The people that have incomes of $35,000 or greater tend to shop at Walmart in mass. So they realized they weren't losing anything from their minor cigarette sales they were having by not selling them, and they were gaining huge amounts of positive publicity for the people that do come to their stores.
Plus, too, when it comes to financial matters, what a lot of people don't realize is that whether you consider the pro-gun voice to be a majority or a minority, when it comes to financial matters like anything else, we consider ourselves the self-empowered ones, the ones that take personal action and are way more willing to spend our own money in places that we feel support our cause, where with a lot of liberals it's more a matter of convenience because they don't have that severe conviction. So generally speaking, what you find is that they bend more towards convenience when they're not completely and totally emotionally wrapped up in a cause, whereas we tend to be a little bit more consistent with reinforcing that whole spend your money at the places that support us type of deal. So you get a little bit more of an effect there. Like I said, it did not hurt Kroger's at all.
Well, more than anything, when it comes to demographics of pro-gun versus anti-gun people, it's a measure of intensity more than support. I mean, look, yeah, I mean, we got the recent study saying that the majority of people support or at least oppose further gun control, and that's nice. But what's, I think, more important is the level of intensity. Anti-gun people generally don't vote because of anti-gun issues. Pro-gun people very often vote the pro-gun issue.
Yeah, which is, I don't know if that's good or bad, if it says good or bad things about us, because being a single issue voter is not considered being an intelligent voter. So a lot of people, that makes people believe, okay, people who vote pro-gun are uneducated rednecks, so it doesn't matter what you tell them, they're still going to vote their uneducated redneck philosophy.
There is part of that demographic, but it's not by any means saying that they're a single issue. It's just it is a core issue.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that they're just single issue voters, but it does mean that they are at least core issue voters. Where the anti-gun people, it is not a core issue for them.
No, it's a side issue. They care more about other things, far more things. Like, I guarantee you, far more people went to the ballot boxes this year concerned about whether they should be allowed to smoke marijuana or not than they did about anti-gun initiatives.
Yeah, which interestingly, the medical marijuana bill in Florida did not pass. It only missed its necessary 60% mark by 3%.
Well, it doesn't matter because the one in D.C. did pass, and they decided, nah, I can't have it anyway. No, but I agree with you on the intensity thing there, and you know, you can argue the single point voter thing, but you know, it's equally as harmful to be a factually be in factual denial and a reactionary emotional voter as well, and that's where one of the things that I think makes us more effective, like I said, because we may tend to be more, and I don't consider us to be single voter, but we may tend to be more focused, and I think that focus and consistency is much definitely to our benefit in the long run than hopping emotionally from one boogeyman to the next.
Yeah, well, you know, like I said, I don't think it's a show that they're necessarily all single issue voters. You know, some are, but some
one
are.
of the points are
not everything, but
oh no, I didn't mean to.
Core issue.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that you implied that at all. But like you said, we do have that as a focus. I agree with you.
I think one of the points is that we are a voting bloc that, and I'm one of the people that you said if you see us as a minority or a majority, I definitely see pro-gun people as a minority. I think that we're a bigger minority than the anti-gun people, but I think the vast majority of people sit somewhere in the middle and don't really give a shit one way or the other. And, you know, they don't want more gun control, but they like background checks. You know, that's the way it seems to be going right now, is that everyone doesn't want more gun control, but they're under the impression that you already have to have a background check to get a gun. But, you know, so I consider us a very vocal and dedicated minority. We're, like I say, we're a larger minority than the anti-gun minority, and I think they're actually louder than us in some ways. But we show up to vote, and when you're running a voting process that, you know, might get 35% of the people to show up, if even 15% of the people are pro-gun people, and you know they're going to fucking show up because there's well, then you're looking at almost 50% of the voting block right there that's against you right out of the block if you're anti-gun.
I just feel like it's a core issue, but coming from New York, maybe you would know. It's like it's self-defense. They're not anti-gun per se. A lot of those people are very anti-self-defense. Anything, tools like mace, tasers, pocket knives, anything that you can implement. Any kind of tool of self-defense is illegal in places where it gets to that extreme, like New York City or Los Angeles, where it's just, you know, stun guns. You know, like I said, it's not just guns. It's a total self-defense issue. And if you don't believe in self-defense, I just can't support you. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Because it's such a basic right.
One thing about New York, and this isn't a blanket statement, but this is a large section of the population. It costs a lot of money to live in, you know, what we'll consider to be New York City, the 5 boroughs in that surrounding area. It costs a lot of money to live there. There is a large segment of the population who lives there who consider themselves, quote unquote, up and coming. Okay, they look to be the next Bloomberg. I mean, you go through that whole you know, whether you're talking about the financial industry, you can talk about you know, the cultural industries, arts and entertainments and things like that. There is an attitude prevalent that it costs so much to live here, and I already think who I am, that I wish to be provided for. They don't want to get involved in the ugly details. There is an attitude of self-importance and egoism that fuels part of their wanting everybody else to take care of it, and that makes them very emotionally susceptible to a lot of the things that they put up with. So, you know, in at least in, you know, certain segments of the population, that's a very profound and overwhelming attitude. It's like, hey, you know what? For the amount of money that I spend to live here, I deserve this, I deserve that. You need to take care of this for me. There's completely and totally the opposite reflection of what you would consider to be, you know, a more rural, you know, cultural aspect of self-sufficiency. And
I don't think that attitude was created by the cost it is to live there. I think the cost that it takes to live there was an intentional means to get to where those are the only people that are left, are the elitist, you do it for me, I should be taken care of, I should never have to sully my hands with self-defense people, because that was, I think, an actionable thing that they did, was let's make it so expensive to live here that only the people we want here can afford it.
Oh, they've most definitely preyed upon that. Yeah, I agree with you. But like back in the 80s, there was marketing campaigns to suck the young and impressionable into that lifestyle and get them involved in that lifestyle wholeheartedly, just so they could do what you said. Absolutely.
Well, like I said, to me, it's like in New York, when crime was rampant, right? Like in the 70s and 80s, it was expensive to live there, but it wasn't like it is now. Like now, it's complete. It's like another dimension. You know what I mean, of living.
They came up with the idea that, you know who commits crimes? Poor people. You know what? It'd be nice if we could find some way to legally get rid of poor people. Well, I know what we'll do. We'll just keep raising the prices on things exponentially to where only the super wealthy aren't bothered by it, and everyone else will leave, and therefore crime will go down, and we'll be able to say, look, we're miracle workers, we lowered crime in New York City, when really you could do that anywhere if you just shot all the poor people.
Well, they didn't demolish the housing projects like in Atlanta. Like, they're still there, and their rent control is still there. A lot of the Mitchell-Lama programs for like middle-income rents, you know, those programs expired, and you know, my family was a victim of that. I've known friends from that too, like where generations of people lived in, say, Stuyvesant Town in Manhattan, and it was based on your income, because they realized pretty early on, like, you know, how can a teacher or a secretary afford to live in the city? Well, they had middle-income housing, and that's just the way it was. So, you know, my mom used to be like, you know, don't get too right-wing, because realize, like, you grew up in, you know, like a government program, you know what I mean? Like, it was a city program that had an agreement with the developer, and the developer had a lease, like a discount, and for like 30 years they needed to provide middle-income housing, but once that expired, they were like, get out, pay fair market or get out.
And even then, when they do have the low-income housing, that still works in their benefit, because that's basically building a poor person corral. So they can corral all the poor people into specific areas, incredibly over-police that area with a very authoritarian style, maintain some sort of calm inside that, you know, the forbidden zone where all the poor people are, and just make it too expensive for them to even so much as take a cab outside of the forbidden zone.
The last time I was in Brooklyn, it was crazy, because it was like the projects, and it was like Red Hook, Brooklyn, Brownsville. So those projects are still there, and the people are still living in there, and that's fine. But across the street is a Whole Foods. You know, it's like the weirdest. It's just weird. Like back in the day, it was, you'd be afraid to go there, but now the hipsters and the yuppies are right across the street from places where.
That's Marco's Bodega, the Whole Foods.
Well, that's true. But no, I was going to say, back to the single core voting thing. It's like, if you're completely a lunatic anti-gunner, I'm pretty sure somebody with, you know, a low IQ could trick you into saying you should urinate on yourself if you're going to get raped. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure. So it's like when you go to that level, you could be so intelligent on every other thing, every other political issue, but when you start to get to that level of telling women to urinate on themselves, that's it. Like, it's such a core thing. How can you support somebody like that?
I don't think that's true though, because I know some really rabidly anti-gun people here in Portland, of course, but the thing is, it's so hard to manipulate them as voters on the gun issue, because like recently we had something where one of the guys that was really staunchly standing with Moms Demand Action, or I think it was the Governors Group or whatever it was, Governors Against Guns or whatever it was that Bloomberg, Mayors Against Guns that Bloomberg had.
Guns,
but two of my three friends that I know that are rabidly anti-gun would not support him, and I'm like, well, I thought you were rabidly anti-gun, and they're like, oh yeah, but he has a horrible record on women's rights to choose. So they actually, they are anti-gun, but it's still not their primary issue. If you touch their womb, fuck it, they don't care if you want AK-47s as long as you tell them they can do what they want with their womb.
Like, I think I live in the worst, like, for abortion. I was talking about this with somebody, I forgot who it was. But, like, for abortion, my state, it's pretty much like the worst state for a woman to have to get an abortion. But she can do it. Like, it's going to happen. It's almost like in New York City, if you wanted a handgun, you could do it. It's just going to be really a pain in the ass.
It takes a 12-pack and a set.
You know what I mean? Like, I'll take you, like, if you come visit, I'll show you an abortion clinic. It's packed. You know what I mean? So,
my town is venomously what they call is very pro-life. They're always in the streets protesting, So.
No, that's just the core thing. Is
like any of us are pro-abortion. I'm 100% pro-life. I don't ever want to see someone abort a heart-beating fetus, etc.
Oh yeah.
I also am so anti-government sticking their nose in people's private business, and I don't take a stand on abortion rights.
No, I was trying to say this. It was like the whole hot button issue thing with, like, say, gay marriage. I support gay marriage. So the point is that there's very few states that respect that. I'm not sure which ones do or which ones don't, but the fact is that you could still live together and carry on your life. You won't have that certificate. That freaking sucks or whatever. But there are states or cities where you cannot have anything to protect yourself, your self-defense like that. And it's just, to me, it's almost like it's not. There's no state where homosexuality is illegal.
35 states have gay marriage. I just looked it up.
Okay, but there's not one state where it's like dangerous to be a homosexual. Like, they can arrest you. I don't know if there is, but like the point is that there are certain cities and certain states where having self-defense tools you can go to jail for years.
Well, there are some states, and I think Chris's state is one of them. It might have been Arizona, that still had anti-sodomy laws on the books until recently.
Oh yeah.
It actually put you in jail for sodomy, but people were in an uproar about it of how unjust that is. So yeah.
Or it's the same thing with the voters' right. Like, people get upset about the ID to vote and all this other stuff. It's just like, to me, the right to self-defense is as important as any of this stuff. And it might, I don't want to say it, but like, it might be even more important, because a homosexual couple or a black couple in a racist town, that's such a basic right. Like, you know what I mean? And for them to say, no, you can't own a gun, or you can't have a stun gun even, or pepper spray, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's just horrible.
That's one of the fundamental arguments is I'm not pro-gay marriage. I'm not con-gay marriage. My issue is, why should you need a license to get married, period? Okay, so I'm with Yankee on the government involvement thing. It's like, your lifestyle is your lifestyle. It's your choice. You're not offending me and you're not affecting me in any way, and to try to legalize or legislate morality is absurd. So yeah, now you bring up that thing, is that I choose my lifestyle to live the way I want, and I have the, not just the right, I have the responsibility to defend my own life, and to put myself in the position once again where I'm allowing the government to come in and dictate the time and the place and the method and the morality protecting my own life is this, is basically the same thing. It's like we were talking about earlier, Sean bringing up the case of the cop that looked through the guy's window and saw that he was carrying a gun inside his own house, and that whole thing, it's like the government in your bedroom type of situation. Now we legislate what goes on inside our own houses and stuff like that. We get focused on the details and we get divided on the details. We talk about being one-issue voters or multi-issue voters or whatever. Well, how about the biggest voter is they keep passing law after law after law after law, and one day I can wake up and be a fine, upstanding citizen and do nothing different. The next day I wake up and somebody passed a law that makes me a freaking instant felon. It's like, when's enough enough? It doesn't matter what your particular detail issue is. It's like, how much of your life and your values and your morality do you want legislated?
Yeah, pretty much none. I was talking to a family member, and they thought I was absolutely tinfoil hat batshit crazy, where I was like, marriage licenses, firearms licenses. Well, I have a family member who's like, I can't believe it's, when you go down to the court to get your carry permit, they're like, are you here to get